But what you have to make sure you do first is click Edit,
Mm-hmm.
and then go to Details for the tool, and it'll say Tool Proficiency, not Proficient,
Oh,
or Proficient, or Expertise, or Half Proficient.
interesting.
And we're kicking
Yeah,
off
the
with
ability check as well.
technical support. Woo woo! That's gonna be
Well,
gonna be a trend.
gonna
That's
be
gonna be a
important.
trend. It's so every
At
time
some
we're
point.
starting the session, it's gonna be like technical difficulties or technical support, technical stuff. Woo!
And you'll have to ask Shin what your default ability check is for whichever tool it is you've got.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can do.
You can also drag and drop your attacks directly on an enemy token, but we can talk about it when we get to combat, if we get to combat.
When we get to combat.
If.
If.
Stay positive.
If.
I'm being very positive. At some point there will be combat that we can't avoid. Whether it's now or in 10 sessions time.
That is very true. Eventually you will get to combat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, how is everyone? Are you excited?
I'm having some strange tea, so all right.
we don't have a
strange tea.
Yeah, my preferred brand has some surprise tea mixes, and I got a strange one today.
What is it?
Is this like Harry Potter's sweets where you're not actually sure what flavor it is?
No, I know what's in it, but it's a bit of a strange mix. I don't know why, and I don't think honey helped it, so that's even worse.
But what is it? What's in the mix?
Let me think. It was partially rooibos, partially some spices, and partially, I don't know, what's it called, purple carrots or some shit like that. It's weird.
Interesting.
It's called the mix is called heavy metal. So that's cool.
Yeah.
As long as you don't end up with lead poisoning after drinking it, it's fine.
No, it should be fine. It's just a bit of a strange mix today. I'm good.
Arrow.
Yo.
Your mic is constantly producing sound, by the way.
Okay.
You could do push to talk.
I really suck at that. Trust me.
I was gonna say
because currently you look like you like pointing in the air and constantly talking, although you're not talking, and it looks like you have a stroke.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah, maybe you do have a stroke.
Good.
Okay. Let's see.
Maybe don't worry about it for this time round. Maybe have a look afterwards.
Yeah, in break time or something.
Oh, it's
How about
working.
now?
Yeah,
does that work?
It's better. Yeah. Stop talking. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
Everyone goes quiet.
We needed to stop talking. I heard a command. I listened.
At some point, I have to learn animation and learn how to animate Abel's hair to be like super fabulous and blowing in the wind.
Well, so that every time he talks, he kind of shakes his head slightly.
Yeah. You know that's like
flowing,
a commercial like shaking from side to side, and that.
Like the constant fan in my face, like.
Okay, so last time we left off. You know what? I'm gonna reinstate the whole thing of like players doing the recap from last session because I kind of like that. So who wants to go first, or are we gonna let the dice decide?
I think we should let the dice decide.
Okay, everyone, roll me a d20.
Highest loses.
No, the lowest one goes.
Wow,
oh boy. Hello, I'm going.
Okay, I'm not even going to bother rolling.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's mean. Someone please get in that one.
I'm very much in the middle.
Chris, why is your question mark? You privately rolled your dice.
Oh, I think you still want. You still want private roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, still private.
We don't see it.
I rolled a 9.
I don't believe you.
Okay, that's me.
Well,
Roll again. Roll again.
Private rolls don't count.
Private rolls don't count.
Chris.
Exactly. Ooh, close.
Almost. That's mean. I guess last week we started off in the tavern, actually meeting all four of us together and basically having an introduction talk about the tower, what we know about it, and why we want to go there. Then we were talking about that Snaga guy that's going around basically trying to hire people to go to the tower that he apparently has a map for. And after a bunch of discussions, we decided that we would stock up on some things, some survival equipment, and then just go onto the road. And we traveled for basically 2 days, I think, until we reached Sunset Hill, and well, had a talk with the local drinking hole, and heard some talk about Snaga and a bit of the forest, and generally chatting. And it was mainly an RP heavy session, so I think that's most of it.
You forgot the blushy ankeg.
Yeah. The yeah, the blushy ankeg that we ran from, it was quite cute.
Well, yeah, I don't think that you agreed at the
Sure,
moment as a character,
warm
like,
heart.
ooh, it's a giant cockroach! Eh!
Yes.
For nasty bug, it was pretty cute.
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, it was like, you know.
No, he was a monster.
It
What did
didn't
he do to
attack
you?
us, so I'm
yeah,
grateful
what
for
did
that.
it do to you? Don't insult it.
Ah, come on.
You might hurt its
Just-
feelings.
To stay on the ground. There's a reason he's so ugly. They stay on the ground.
Where no one can see them.
Oh,
Ouch.
that's harsh.
Yep.
Yeah, let's not have him negotiate with any monsters.
People
That's why
is
he's so
fine.
ugly.
People is fine. Monsters, maybe not so much.
So, I'm gonna now slowly transition us into the game and gotta kick off the sounds first. Give me a second. I have way too many windows open.
Whose fault is that?
I need a second screen.
Yep. I need a third.
There we go. That's better. And we're gonna go back to the scenery of the Sunset Hill village.
Where we first encountered the old grandma that couldn't hear any of my questions, so we just kept on walking.
Well, in the meantime, so you all spent 2 days in this village in the meantime. You slept, unless you opted to sleep in a tent, you know, or something like on the wet ground. You slept in the tavern, which was kind of named in your presence. It didn't have a name originally. It's Persistent Spite or Present Spite. Nobody can quite agree. They're like going back and forth on like, maybe it's Persistent Spite, maybe it's Present Spite, maybe it's Past Spite. So yeah, they're not quite settled. Until a certain someone made the name of the tavern with their woodcarver's tool, which was
Present Spite.
Present Spite. So that is now the name of the tavern. You met some cool people. Among others, you met the owners Merla and Osbert Sherpa, or Derpa Sherpa, and their children Brim, Bram, Brom, and Merblin, who's called Bram. And you had nice food, and like I said, unless you slept in a tent outside, you were sleeping in the inn, which is not really an inn, not really a tavern. Basically, what they did is just like shove tables and chairs aside, and then put some like canvases stuffed with hay on the floor, and that's basically it. That was your quarters.
Cozy.
I did pay for the 3 days up to the Harvest Festival, so
Yeah.
definitely would have slept indoors because we're not
I mean,
gonna
it's
have the
way
safety
longer
programs.
to the Harvest Festival. You realize it, right?
Well, it was 4 days until the Harvest Festival.
Yeah, but yeah, it's 2 more days. Like, you spent 2 days, right? No, wait. Oh no, sorry.
We
Is it the
arrived.
end?
You arrived on
we
the
arrived.
16th.
Now.
You arrived on the 16th,
Yeah.
true, and it's the 18th now in the morning. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Pardon me. Yeah, okay. I was.
Don't you mess with my Harvest Festivals.
Sorry, the Harvest Festival is tomorrow. Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine. So the other people that you got to know, predominantly the people who were fishing, were. Let me open more notes here.
I think it was only Samira and myself who wanted to go fishing. Everyone
think
else had
so,
other
yeah.
plans.
Yeah. So, like I said, you had Marilla Sherpa and Osbert Sherpa, right? Then you had Wilmer Forest Branch, that was the pastoral of Shantia. I'll get to that. I'm gonna do the fishmongers first. So basically, you met Oriad Yandori and Cedric Yandori. I'm gonna type the names into the chat.
Stick them in the character vault.
I don't have pictures for them. Homework. I'll come up with pictures during the week and then I'll stick them in the vault. But here, if you have personal notes, I will write them down. Oriat.
Don't have keen mind, not taking personal notes.
I mean, is anyone taking notes here?
I am, but mostly what my character would remember. So
I am
names are on
as
the
well.
priority list.
I'm
Yeah.
taking notes mentally. Whatever I forget, I forget.
Well, for those people who take OSC notes, Oriat and Cedric Yandori, they're fishmongers. They're both 24. They're a young married couple. I mean, young married couple in the sense like they married 5-6 years ago. They have a young son called Uwe, spelled this way. Uwe Yandori. He's 5. He kind of hangs mostly around his dad. His dad takes him everywhere. His dad is more of a farmer and less of a fisherman. Oriad is the one who like predominantly fishes, and she helps Darren Bavis. Gotta thank my people for all these amazing names. Sorry, Darren can't spell. GM getting her own NPC names wrong. Darren is 44, male, human. Also like, you know, an old, hardened fisherman. The old woman, also part of this like tiny little cluster of houses that make up the Sunset Hill community, is Jeanette Goodall. And she's actually not as incapable as certain elves would have believed. She's actually the tailor. She's 54. She looks actually older than she is. It's like one of those like
harsh life.
Yeah, it's a harsh
life
life.
of being outside,
Yeah.
basically. Yep.
And the what do you call them? The face lines are mostly like from laughing at the stuff, right? And it's just like wrinkles. Thank you. Wow, it's like shitty forgets language altogether. No, like the wrinkles are mostly laughing lines, and like the face is otherwise weathered from like just the weather and the sunshine, and like it just makes a lot of wrinkles if you're like out in the sun a lot, and she is. You can find her on sunny days, and the last 2 days have been sunny outside because more light, right? She can see better if she's outside and like doing the hand stitching, because hand
Making the
stitching,
most
fun
of
time.
warm weather too.
Yeah.
Before winter sets in.
And over the last 2 days, you've been like seeing her like sit outside, and this is also why she's squinting. Like, okay, she's like fine close up, but like when she looks into the distance, she has trouble seeing, because she can basically ruin her eyesight by tailoring and stitching, right, and embroidery. And the last two in this part of town are Todd Howard and Safia Howard. Todd and Safia Howard. They don't have children. They're married couple. He is a carpenter, 49, and she is a regular farmer. She just takes care of the household and raises crops and vegetables and stuff in the garden. She's 48, and this is this particular part of the town, right? That's all there is. There's nobody else there. I mean, there's other houses, like I said, further in the distance and around Sunset Hill, but like this particular cluster, that's it.
Okay.
So, over the last 2 days, they have told you a lot about the Hulak Forest, and as I said at the end of previous session, they have been laying it on thick and bold, as in like making it sound pompous because you're city folk, so they kind of like, it's a kind of like a good-natured, oh, look how tough we are, right? Because we live here, but it's mostly truthful from what you gather. Like, they're not making shit up. It's just that they don't go into the forest, so most of them haven't experienced these things close up and personal, but they heard it from other travelers, from the occasional guard that comes through, right? And from the people who travel to Arabelle for trade, and then come back with more stories, like, oh yeah, we heard from the town guard that, like, there's stuff going on in the Hulak Forest. Occasionally something comes out, but they're like, they're like 9-10 miles across, like in a straight line. It mostly doesn't cross the river, so occasionally they see like dubious stuff on the other side of the river, but it doesn't get this close, right? The really dangerous things are actually deep in the forest. And they would have told you that like the Crown Guard, aka the Purple Dragons, and various like town mayors, which are more to the south, do employ adventurers or mercenaries on a regular basis to pay them very good money to go into the Hulak and kind of cull it a bit. But considering that this is an ongoing thing of revenue, it kind of tells you enough about it in the sense of that culling isn't getting anywhere anytime soon.
Right. It's keeping things away from the edge of the forest and away from Sunset Hill, probably.
And nobody, it's like, it's not the biggest forest ever. I mean, it's not as large as the Cormorant 4, right? But like, it's still big enough that most people don't know all its hidden nooks and crannies and, forgotten valleys and so on and so forth. So from what they gather, from what they heard, hobgoblins are a thing in the forest, goblins, ogres, the occasional green dragon that comes up from the swamp or down from the mountains, and the classical stuff of like, bears, wolves, boars, deer. You find all of that, but also occasionally the giant variation of it. So whatever you use,
very much a temperate forest.
It's a temperate forest, yes.
Yeah.
So whatever you would usually find in the Forgotten Realms forests, you find it here and then some.
Do any of the townsfolk go hunting in the forest?
No, because they're on the other
Even
side of the river.
edges?
If they go hunting in the fields and around not on the hill, around the hill, right? because they would have to cross the river. And this particular cluster here is mostly just fishers because, again, river is right there. So why would they go hunting? They have livestock. They don't really need to go hunting, right? They have lambs and pork and pig. They have piggies. More lambs than
But
piggies.
not sheep.
And they have chicken. They have chickens, right? Bunch of chickens. But yeah, sheep. The sheep is kind of the predominant animal in and around the Sunset Hill. They don't have as many as Boar Spear. But they would have stressed to you that this is also the reason why they don't stink as much as Boar Spear.
And their sheep are probably better than the Bullspear ones, like elite sheep.
Yeah, their sheep have finer wool.
Question: would they have mentioned if the calling is something regular, or if the occasion arises from it, from accidents, or if it's happened recently? If they heard about it.
So the other towns that are closer to the Hulak Forest, which are to the south of the Hulak Forest, those are towns where they've literally on a weekly basis send whoever wants for the coin to go into the forest.
A regular ones, okay.
Yeah. And then whatever the armed caravans encounter while they're traveling on the east way through the Hulak, right? But Sunset Hill is not one of those communities who send mercenaries into the Hulak because they don't care about it. And the only really separate thing, which they will say that this is actually more a thing of Sunset Hill, is the Dark Horrors, right? They've been both they have stories of their fathers or grandfathers or grandmothers witnessing that actually in the past, on the hill. This is why they avoid it, right? They don't go onto the hill at night. And like I said, it very far in the past, there used to be executions on top of the hill, and legend says that the hill is haunted because of that. So they absolutely 100% believe in this. None of them ever seen anything because they're smart people, as they would describe themselves. We are smart. We don't leave the house at night. And this is what you experience the last 2 nights, is basically the moment the sun starts setting, people start wrapping up, coming home, and by the time the sun sets, shutters are closed, doors are closed, and everyone is inside.
So do we notice any strange sounds or anything like that at night?
No.
From outside?
You're not right next to the hill, right? You're just close enough. It's a mile or 2 away.
But do we hear any sounds, even from the Hulak? Because things like wolf cries would carry a very long way.
I mean, very distant. It's 10 miles to the edge of the Hulak, right? It's you hear the occasional, the usual stuff that you would hear at night on the countryside, right? Whether you heard specifically wolf sounds, maybe, potentially, yeah, sure. Not guaranteed, because they wander, right?
Yeah, sure. More importantly, question-wise, is how fordable is the river, or how not fordable is the river, aka could a bear cross it relatively easily?
It would have to do some swimming.
Yeah, so how wide is it? Start with that.
I mean, it's about, let me measure it. Because I didn't measure it, Chris.
Why not? It's the first question I'm going to ask. Can we avoid a 10-mile walk and just go across the river?
I mean, you do have fishing boats, right?
Yeah. But I'm more thinking on the way back if we're being chased by something.
At this spot here, because it's very close to the Wyvern Water, it's actually...
What spot where?
It's half a mile wide.
We're still on the sunset map, just so you know.
Yeah, we're on Sunset Hill Village.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, I'm gonna...
So it's half a mile wide.
What's that in normal measurements?
What do you mean normal measurement?
I don't know,
Metrics
Lena.
of the wind.
Google it.
0.8 kilometers,
Oh, okay, makes sense.
just short of a kilometer wide.
Hmm. And how wild are the currents?
It's a strong river, but there's no wide.
Mhm.
Like I said, because it's a wide opening mouth towards the wyvern water. It doesn't. It has like the occasional like twirl, but the fishers know where those are because there's like rocks on the bottom of the river, right? Imagine the Danube,
Okay,
Polina
makes
specifically,
sense.
like the Danube. It's like that
Well,
wide.
yeah, my question was going to be, you say there's fishing boats, but are we going to get in one and end up 20 miles south in the wyvern water because the currents are pushing us down?
But it's not like a fast-paced, like.
So someone in a fishing boat could cross it with relative ease.
Yes, but they also have. I did describe this like the fishermen here, because they don't fish only on the shore. They have like basically a contraption where there's like a rock in the center where this particular river is, right? Where this cluster of houses is, and the houses are not directly on the shore either. They're like a mile into the land, so you have to walk to the shore for a while before you like reach the tiny dock. And you can see the docks have been like repaired multiple times because it's very obvious that like this river floods on a regular basis, so nobody's stupid enough to build houses right on the shore, right?
Sure.
But there is like a really big boulder like somewhat in the middle, and what the Yandoris tend to do quite often is like paddle out there on their boat, and that like tie the boat to the rock, and then just sit there and fish, right, with a net.
Yeah, so they're not having to hold the boat in place.
Yeah, exactly. And they use kind of the current with the net to like have the fish like basically swim into it. But if you want to cross the river, it's doable, and it's like the current like slowly drifts it down river, but not like speedy currents, right? It's not like it's not a bumpy ride unless it's storming. Then nobody crosses the freaking river when it's storming.
Yeah, people go to the bridge.
Yeah, but it's not a small bridge. Like it's actually, it's a big bridge.
Say, because we didn't actually see the bridge yet.
Yes, you did. You arrived at the crossroads where the bridge basically starts, and then you went south. You did.
So
it's a stone. It's a proper stone bridge. Yes.
And I'm guessing there's just kind of earth packed on top of it.
No, it's actually a proper like cobblestone, built bridge, stable. Okay. Because the Eastway is a regular trading route. It's just not as big as the Moonsea route.
How big is the bridge when you're upriver?
You can cross it on a cart, like a big coach, easily.
Not how wide, how big, like how long is the bridge? Is it 50 feet across upriver, as opposed to here where it's a half a kilometer wide?
It would... It's not... It's shorter, because the river is not as wide. No, don't measure it with that.
5 mile wide. Metal suspension.
No, it's
engineering.
Not. It's not as wide. It's not as wide. It's
So is it like 50 feet across further upriver? 100 feet across.
Let me. I'm checking. It's still half a mile. They built it basically on a place where there's like basically an island, so it spans across that. So it's like reinforced. There's a bank, so they build it across the banks. So it's a strategic place where they built the bridge.
Yep.
So it sounds dramatic that it's that long, but it isn't. So this is what you found out about the Hulag, basically. I think that Samira spent most of her time with the Yandoris.
Most of her mornings, yes.
Yeah. I mean, they spend basically fishing, like especially
Yeah.
the woman. She spends most of the day fishing, and then tending to the house and the kid and the food. The regular farming stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, Abel.
Yes, Cassius will probably the first day he will probably just hang out with ask the priest if the priest of Shanti if he can join him on this walkabout that he does to kind of talk to him a little bit, probably gather the same information about the Hulak, and then ask him about Shanti, a little bit of the people in the different houses, just to get a knowledge of the village.
Arrow, you were also. So Stena was also going with the priest, right?
Yep, definitely.
Okay, so I'm gonna do Viera first. Chris, basically, you were around Samira and that part of the village, right? Most of the time.
Yeah, because I'm the only one who doesn't need 8 hours sleep. I would probably at some point at least open up the door to the inn during the midnight to 4 a.m. stint where I'm not sleeping, and just look out to see if I can see anything that resembles whatever these creatures are that they've talked about.
Nope.
To see if I can in which case I would probably go as far as, is there a house opposite this one?
Yeah.
That Janet Goodall's house?
Yeah.
I would probably go as far as just kind of walking out for a breath of fresh air, and just kind of look around the streets. Any signs of any kind of creatures at all? I'm guessing nothing.
No, from the occasional cat and the nightly creatures of maybe in the distance you might spot a rabbit, right? And the field mice and the owls.
Yeah, or pretty tame stuff.
Pretty tame stuff, yeah.
Okay. No, I mean apart from that, I'm going to carve up a replacement panther. For the little carved panther.
Yeah, basically the same day you gave it to the girl, at some point you would have heard her screeching because the boys took it away.
Given that there are so few people here, do I know where they live?
Yes, they live literally in the house you're staying at.
So we're.
I told you,
they're downstairs.
Here, I'm gonna drop it back to the scene to show you.
Sure.
Sunset Hill
or you
Village.
Can just tell me that they're downstairs. That's fine.
No. Like if you look at the houses on the right, you see the thatched roof on the right behind the red roof. The thatched roof and the red roofed house are basically the same household. The thatched roof is the part of the drinking hole that was built into the red roofed house, and they live in the red roofed house.
Okay. In which case, I'll carve. How many panthers can I carve? 4 a.m.
I would say one, because it's not exactly a simple thing to do.
Okay. In which case, I will carve.
And it's also not like you sitting there and dragging, 200 pounds of replacement pieces of wood with you.
No.
So if you want more, then
there are pieces of wood around.
There's firewood, yes,
There's firewood.
There's firewood, but keep also in mind that firewood tends to be very dry and not exactly always one solid piece that you can carve easily from. So I would say you found one piece that you can easily carve. If you want more, you gotta find more, and but that's you got one more.
Fine, I'll carve one more.
It's not like you can sit there and then slowly undo the pile of wood to find the proper piece to carve the fucking panther. Because the villagers will be, what are you doing to our firewood? Because it's stacked, right? And because, you only have access to the top.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. I will carve one replacement panther.
Okay.
And then steal the rest of their firewood. Turn them all into panthers so that they feel really guilty about burning panthers.
Yeah.
Summon the evil spirits of the panthers.
Yeah. Other than that,
I mean,
I'll be
the
awake-
other thing
I'll
that you
be
can do
awake
is like
early
basically
morning.
smack the boys over the back of the head and stop them from taking
It's
it
not
away.
my place to discipline someone else's children if
yeah.
they can't sort themselves out. I will do the fishing early morning. I'm going to midday-ish onwards. I will disappear, and I'm just going to head out into the middle of nowhere and basically sit down and relax and look around. Just kind of do a little bit of light training, a little bit of exercise.
It's very tranquil. From like after the 18 days that you spend in the city, like and then the 2 days traveling, right? But this is like really nice now. This is really peaceful.
Yeah, it's peaceful. So I'll find a bit of time for myself. And
Across the
then go
river, if you
hunting.
look into the distance, you can see the outlines of the mountains and the Hulak forest.
Yeah. I'll go hunting, but not to catch, just to see what's out there.
Yeah.
So kind of I'm going to be tracking the different creatures and stuff through the fields and whatever. And I'll probably go up to Sunset Hill.
Yeah. It's a grassy hill. Nothing grows on it. There's no trees or something like that. Are you looking for something specific, or are you just like generally looking
for
around?
tracks in general, just to see if there's any
Make
tracks
me a
that I
survival check.
recognize. Why has my thingy disappeared?
What's your thingy?
We had I don't know what you would call it. We had something on the dashboard where I could hover over and it would give me my skills and I could click on it from there. But now I have to go to my character sheet.
Really? I don't know.
I didn't have that since session 0. So, I don't know how you have that.
No.
There you go. 20.
So it's a taller grass. Nobody tends to the hill, right? It's basically just grown over. The typical weed, some stray wheat, like wild wheat, basically, that like where the seed has been,
grass
where birds have like carried like seeds over. You can see here and there traces of wooden construction that is like long, like woodworm riddled, decayed. Nothing to the point where like you can recognize what it used to be, but just enough to know that there has been something here. And you find some bones which are recognizable as like pieces of human skulls, and not much, like you can count them on one hand, but it's like enough to like piece together that's like human remains of like 5 bones, because they're long decayed and gone. So like basically only the stuff that has like a long decay time, like 5 bones and like skull pieces.
Teeth.
So they've been dead a long time.
Yeah. It's
So
a
it's not like the
very
villagers
long
are
time.
offering up a
No,
cheap inn
like the
and
bones that you
clubbing
find
people over the head.
are bleached from the sun and like brittle, and it's been here for a very long time.
Good for a soup.
No, not good for soup. No marrow there.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's dried up.
Okay. After that, I'd probably return to town and talk to everyone else and see what they've been doing with their time.
Okay.
Get to know some of the strangers that I'm traveling with.
Cassius and Stenom, if you have been following the priest, as you said, he basically wanders around the entire community throughout the day. He has like little tours that he takes, because he cannot like get to the entire community in one day. So like he basically has like, I'm going to these houses this day, I'm going to those houses that day. And as you follow him around, like he will introduce you to the other farmers and stuff. The houses who are further removed from the village, from the river, are more the farming community. They have more livestock, they have more farming supplies, and they have like, you see more wheat fields and the like. But they're also like, there's like clusters of like maybe one house, maybe 3 houses, maybe maybe nothing for a mile, because again they're like wildly strewn about around the Hulak. Nobody, not the Hulak, the Sunset Hill. Nobody builds on the Sunset Hill or anywhere close to it because they're not insane. That they will tell you. So that's superstition, and so far it looks like a superstition because again you haven't heard weird sounds in the night, and Viera also hasn't seen anything. But it seems that the entire community 100% believes it's a thing, right? So it might have been a thing in the past and now it's gone, but it's a thing for these people. But basically what he does is, after the morning prayers, which he kind of just performs like very simply, quietly, meditating out on the fields, he just kind of does the rounds and he goes from house to house, and his predominant thing he does is checking on the health of the people in the community, right? So he will take you like, oh yeah, this farmer has broken his arm, so he will go and check on that. This farmer's wife is pregnant, so he will check how she's doing. This kid was had like a cold, so he's checking that they're not getting worse, or that the fever has broken and that kind of stuff, right? Currently, there's no like immediate medical emergencies where he has to intervene. He's just basically checking on the general health, making sure that people are like eating fine, that they're like tending to their teeth and that kind of stuff, right? That nobody's like doing anything that will potentially get them sick. So Steno, you will notice he doesn't know as much as you do, nowhere close, but he knows enough to be able to tend to these people on a daily basis.
Okay. And has the priest noticed anything out of the ordinary as far as like illness or anything like that for the past since he's been doing this? Anybody that's passed away due to strange circumstances?
Not really.
Anything like... Okay. So everybody's pretty much doing pretty well at the.
I mean, to be fair, if specifically the case with the broken arm, you will see that it's kind of like they found like they have like a straight piece of wood that they like bandaged in place to like keep it in place. That the splint could be done better. So you have an opportunity here to like readjust and show him how to do it properly if you want to.
Oh yeah, 100%. Not to be like, oh hey, this is how you do this. Not be like that, but I would like to see your methods just up close, if you don't mind. And then as he's showing these us how he does this or whatever, just if you do it this way, this could actually improve, and then give reasoning as.
Roll me a medicine check.
All right.
Because he's gonna flat out step away and let you do it. After finding out that you're proficient in medicine.
Okay.
Especially if you're offering for free. Fuck yeah, he will absolutely take your help.
Nice.
Yeah, so basically you rebind the arm, and the farmer will go like, oh, this is way more comfortable. It's like, it really relieved the pain, right? It feels better. So you know that from the binding, it would have healed. I mean, broken bone takes some time to heal. That's like inevitable. But the way he was binding it, it would have, you basically reduced the chance of the bone healing crookedly.
All right.
Because it's a fresh
and-
break, right? It's not like it's been a few weeks. It's still, So you prevented some potentially permanent damage to that arm.
Okay. And what does the individual do who has the broken arm?
I mean, he will give you an apple. They don't have much, right?
Oh no, I'm not asking for things. I'm
No,
just curious what he does.
do? What's his profession?
He's a farmer.
Okay. All right. So he's like swinging scythes and like a lot of manual labor.
Yes,
basically.
a lot of manual labor. I mean, you will not find a single person in this entire community that's not doing manual labor.
All right. So I'll basically just say, all right, and I'll give this man information, and I'll include the priest. I'll be like, okay, here, this is important, and sort of like guide them through the process of like the length of time that it would take for him to be like fully up there, and like what he can do in the meantime, as far as like use his arm, without without making more damage. Essentially.
Yeah. And after that, since now the dear priest knows that you are, of the medical profession, he will fucking squeeze you dry. He will ask
like
you
this
all
guy.
sorts of questions, because he's taken the opportunity. Like you realize
Yeah.
he's not. He's learned this from what he tells you from the temple, not necessarily from like full-on medical professionals like you did, right?
Right.
Or like the equivalent, the medieval age equivalent of medical professionals. So
Surprisingly, some of it's really good.
yeah, but like what I mean is like he's never got a former education in medicine,
Yeah.
so he's taking the opportunity again, because you're mostly offering it for free, to learn more, because he's quite obviously eager to help his community as best as he can, right?
And Steno is loving it too. Like,
So like
if
he
has
will
questions,
basically
she'll
ask
go
you
into
questions for the like general ailments that are like very common, like the stuff like people breaking bones, what to use to break fever, especially like for children, like scarlet fever and the like. He will ask you questions on that. And stuff like, okay, but what if it gets really bad and they start having that like rattling breath? Because that usually means they're dying.
depth.
What they can do with that, if there's
Yeah.
anything they can do, or should he start reading the rights, right? Basically, at that point, and stuff like that. Like you see a man who's like determined to who accepts death as
Hold
part
up
of
his
life.
community.
Right? He accepts death as part of life, but he will still do anything he can to push it off as long as possible.
This dude, I like this dude already. He seems pretty legit, actually.
And you also can see that with his influence, probably, because Shantia is like I said, the goddess of nature, right? Is that with his influence, all these farmers are very they're not like hippie in tune with nature, but from what you gather from the farmers that you have met in the farmers market in the town, they're a bit more aware of what they're doing with nature around them, right?
Okay, so more respect for it than
Yeah.
the average.
Yeah.
Citizen.
They still do whatever they can, they're still farming, they still make a living, right? But they're not, at least they're trying to not they're trying not to be ignorant about it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because nature, a lot of things take.
I mean,
it's a
he
give
will
and take
even
relationship,
proudly
right?
show you oh yeah, this field was last year this kind of crop, and this year we put what is it called? Damn it. language
Like crop rotation?
No, they're rotating it, but this year they planted, and there's a specific thing that you
Oh, okay.
put. Wait, I know
Okay,
it is
but
Serbian.
that
I know
to-
it is Serbian. I just need it in English.
To have it like
Say-
fallow for a year, so you crop it for 1 year
Clover.
and then
They planted
Oh,
an
clover,
entire
yeah. Yeah,
field
so-
of clover
Mhm.
because clover helps regenerate the soil.
That's cool.
That's my
Alright.
farming language coming through.
Okay. And so while we're walking, and Cassius is nearby, also Steno would like try and include him in like the explanations for things.
I mean, like up until the point when they're talking about the medical stuff, he seems interested at first, and also a little bit, I guess, impressed with, especially with the arm binding. But if they get really into it, he starts like yawning and wandering off, and kind of just this
Cassius,
sulky teenager.
You will get side glances from the younger female crowds, because they don't see handsome outsiders showing up here very often, right?
Handsome, rich city folk.
Well, no, he doesn't look rich. He has like worn leather armor. But like, he looks like an adventurer with the worn leather armor and stuff. He looks like a bad boy. So it's like something interesting to look at compared to the sturdy, stocky farmer boys here, right? So you get like side glances from anything from 14 to, well, even the older, women will, eyebrow wiggle.
He's basically the guy who would show up on a motorcycle and like just slightly nod at people in it. Like, hey, what's
None
up?
of them will come up and flirt with you, obviously, because a small community that would like get around very quick. But you get side glances and smiles and twirled hair and
Yeah, he's enjoying that. He's like flashing grins and kind of like playing the act, and also especially playing up the fact that he kind of seems bored. Maybe he's interested in the medical stuff at first, but then if he notices that these people is like kind of lounging around and kind of looking.
I mean, they will show you what they're doing under the guise of like talking to you, but like again, it's more farm stuff.
Yeah. At some point, if they get really into the medical stuff as well, Cassius will just wander off. So like, all right, I've had enough, and kind of just
Yeah.
So he will probably just take a stroll around the town, but he'll actually most of the time, especially after the morning with the priest, who actually spend most of his time in the drinking hall, just glad that he has like a roof over his head. And
there's not much happening in the drinking hole either. It's this is boring.
Yeah, he's already getting bored.
It is so boring, especially to you who's like used to like stuff like Westgate, and Tizier, and like to big cities where like there's like stuff happening all the time, right? This is like so boring.
Yeah, he's probably just taking a lot of naps and probably also doing some very light exercise, but really just to keep up appearances mostly. Maybe if there's some cute village women walking around, he's doing some outside exercise. And then he probably just then spends his time at the drinking hall and yeah.
So on the 18th.
Sorry,
yeah?
Can I just mention, while Samira is mostly spending her time fishing and stitching, on the 17th, on the afternoon, she's noticeably getting anxious and pacing, just not restful at all. And she, just a few hours before sunset, she'd ask around if anyone's carpet needs the ever-loving shit beaten out of it and cleaned. And just spend like a few hours just getting all that restless energy
Jeanette
out.
will absolutely take the offer, and you get to keep. You get to beat all her rugs, and you get to shake out all the comforters and pillows and stuff. And if you're still bored and restless, she will make you sweep the entire house.
Yeah, she'd get like the entire afternoon. She'd be manual labor.
She will also cook you a meal proper, like for you specifically, right? And make you tea and that kind of stuff. Like she takes care of you, but like if you're really demanding work, she will absolutely oblige you.
Yeah, after like a few hours of just powering through, she'd like finally sweaty and restful and just eating and drinking tea. Nice night of sleep. That's
So
the
yeah,
day.
but all you spent like 2 very peaceful days in this little farming community, right?
Mhm.
With like the children playing, the chickens clucking, you know. So yeah,
Right.
on the 18th, the sun is already getting lower, right? Around early evening, late afternoonish, because none of you can tell time. Especially Cassius. Like if you don't have the town's clock, you have no fucking clue how late it is.
Nope.
Man, it's kind of like it's one of those things. Like it's kind of stressful for a GM to have somebody with keen mind, but then again, it's like, I can never tell them how late it is because nobody knows.
Well, I would have a rough idea of whether it's near sunset or not.
Now it's about 1.5 hours, 1 to 2 hours away from sunset, right? So like the sun is getting low. So at this point, Cassius, are you back at the drinking hole? Or are you out there with the priest still?
At the drinking hole. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely later. If he had enough of one morning, probably.
Yeah, the fishing is over. So like basically, the Yanderis have returned to the house. Delina is getting prepped basically. The priest is not back yet, but you're close, Steno, with like getting back, right? You're about like half an hour away. Who's outside?
I guess I would be.
Well, not yeah, but like in the village, in among the houses.
I'd probably have joined Jeanette for an late afternoon stitch. After she was too kind yesterday.
I mean, that's like she's your woman, right? You're sitting there like she's a proper. I forgot to tell you that she used in her youth. She used to work for a very minor merchant house in Arabelle. So she actually properly learned to like stitch, embroider, like the fancy folk, she would say.
Yeah, she'd definitely take that opportunity to like refresh her memory of stuff she hasn't.
So she would like show you some like tricks on like do a proper straight back stitch and and how to do a proper hem and some additional tips on like how to improve stuff, right? Like
Nice.
I know. I'm sitting here and like this is the moment where the GM realizes I know way too much crap in my life that I'm absolutely not using ever. Like I watched actually a chick on YouTube about how to like hand stitch stuff like in the old ages. Like, fuck my life. But yeah, since you're sitting outside, you will start coming from the south-ish direction. You will notice it first because it's really hard to overlook absolutely not human-looking person, humanoid, coming towards the village. And as you sit there and they come closer, you start recognizing the telltale signs of a lizard folk because they're green, they look like a lizard, and you see this person approaching. Stage. He. Boom! There we go. I should probably take
seeing
away.
him approach. Yeah, I'd make my excuses to Jeanette and just rush inside the drinking hole, see if any of the others are there, and just kind of. Our potential guide is coming. We need to check out the situation.
Well, probably Cassius will kind of look up from his napping spot and like, huh?
Clapping my hands. Up and at him. We have to go.
What's up? What's going on? What's going on?
That Snaga guy is approaching.
Finally.
What's the plan?
What's the plan?
What's the plan?
Yeah, what's the plan?
Invite him in. Let's have a drink with him. Where are the others?
What
You know?
are the others? It's a good question.
I don't know. They're somewhere, not here.
Where's Vieira?
Heading back to town after having been away doing her own thing.
Okay, so roll me a d20, Arrow roll me a d20, and whoever rolls higher arrives first.
Huh.
Also, I'm taking the opportunity to say thank you to Yuli, our amazing artist who drew this picture of Snaga. the burnt skills.
Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. I love it.
It's not gonna
Where's
look
the-
baller.
Where's the sock though?
It's not that cold at the
Oh,
moment.
okay.
It's 80 degrees. It's like a very nice sunny day actually.
All right.
So as Snaga walks up, actually this is the moment where Steno is arriving with the priest. And the lizard folk actually ignores you at first and runs over to the priest first, right? And they kind of hug, and they're like really, they're really like affectionate. Like you see that the priest is like treating him basically like he would treat his own son. He's like way more affectionate towards his lizard. He's an affectionate man anyway. He was friendly to all the farmers as well. But this is like fatherly love here, right? You can see the relief that that lizard boy is safe and healthy, and he kind of pats him over and he checks that he's not injured or anything, and then they go into a conversation of basically how was the trek, what's new. I have to.
What? What is that?
God damn
What the
it!
hell?
Oh, it's chat, isn't
It's
it?
chat, yeah. Wait, there we go.
That moment that Twitch chat takes away and points out that Snaga is eating his own children.
Snaga is not eating his own children. Snaga doesn't have children. Okay.
Well, Mori doesn't.
You have seen nothing. I will disable this module, I swear. God damn it. Anyway. And then after a while, Wilmer will actually turn around and goes like, Snaga.
It's happening again.
What? Really?
Yep.
He's eating the priest's children.
Yep. And what screen name is Abusive Snaga?
I mean, Abusive Snaga is the guy who named Snaga.
Okay.
He redeemed the NPC generator, made an NPC, and he was like made him a lizard folk, and everything else I like put on top, right? The backstory and stuff. But basically, abusive Snaga made Snaga bird scales, which is funny because his name is Snaga and the NPC is Snaga. So technically, this is his alter ego in the game. Also, Abusive Snaga is our chat moderator, so
It's Snake Sona. Okay, good to know.
That's
But yeah,
Steno just waits patiently by the side, quietly watching this whole thing happen.
Wilmer eventually turns around and goes like, Snaga, we can talk later, but there's some people who were looking for you. And he kind of turns around and like looks at you, Steno, and then like sees also like Cassius and Samira approaching. And about that time, there's also Vieira like coming towards the village also from the distance, and he kind of also waves her over. And Snaga like turns his head from side to side, and then does like the side blinking with the inner eyelids and the outer eyelids at the same time.
Nice.
And he kind of like opens his mouth into what you kind of approximate to be a grin. It's really difficult to tell because none of you is actually used to lizard folk expressions, right? It doesn't really have like he doesn't have eyebrows. It's really also difficult to see that it's even a he. The only reason why you know that Snaga is a boy is because, you've been told at this point. But,
Mhm.
he looks like a lizard. You are not experienced with lizards' emotional expressions. So, it's like this same kind of lizardy face, no eyebrows, and he opens his mouth and it looks like it could be a snarl, it could be a grin. He's also not exactly, you've been told that he's small for a lizard folk, which kind of means he's taller than Cassius. And Cassius is the tallest of you, right?
No.
Not much
Cassius
taller,
is-
by
no.
a few.
Isn't Steno
No,
taller?
Steno. Sorry.
Steno and Samira are both taller.
I repacked it.
Okay.
I repacked it in my head. Yeah, no, sorry. He's taller than Steno, by a couple of inches.
Oh my.
But only, and you know that only because for a moment he straightened out, and then he kind of hunches over again, and then he's lower than you, but still taller than not as tall as Steno, but still taller than the rest of you. And he blinks, and his tongue comes out for a second, he's tasting the air. He goes, "Hello, greetings.
You have my size. Greetings.
I am Snaga.
Nice to meet you, Snaga.
Have you found my ad?
I mean, we've heard about you. Definitely.
Through word of mouth, mostly.
Snaga traveled far. Where you hear? Where do you hear of Snaga?
Arabelle is where I heard of you.
Yeah. I believe that it's the
Arabelle.
same in Arabelle, yeah.
So you are adventurers.
Aye. You
I'm
could say that.
Steno.
In
It's a
some
pleasure to
ways.
meet you.
Steno. And
I
you?
like the
And
way
he
you say
points at
my name.
Samira.
My name is Samira.
Samira.
Yes.
And he stops and points with his one of his 3 fingers upwards and repeats it a few more times. It's like he's memorizing the names quite obviously, right?
Mm.
And then he looks to Viera. You are an elf.
Are a lizard folk.
Yes. And he kind of holds out his hand at this point and offers a handshake.
I'll shake his hand. And then proceed to walk around behind him.
He keeps turning his head to watch you walking.
Yeah, I'm just walking around to kind of look at the tail.
He, as you get to the angle where he actually cannot turn his head anymore, he starts turning his entire body as follows you basically around.
That's fine. I'm just getting an idea of whether his tail is capable of
It moves like a lizard's tail would. It's not prehensile.
yeah.
He doesn't twitch his tail like a cat. If you
It's
want.
more a case of you know how geckos drop their tails.
No.
It's more a case of that's the only kind of lizard she really has any experience with, so that's kind of what she's looking for. To see if it looks like it's obvious that the tail could be detached at his choice. But otherwise she's just curious about him in general. First lizard folk she's ever seen, so she's investigating him, so to speak.
But yeah, like I said, as you turn around, at some point he will realize you're trying to look at his tail, so he will actually purposely turn his back on you and let you. And blinks and waits for you to come around, and then as you come around, it's and your name
Is Viera.
Viera. Viera. And then he like snaps his head around and looks at Cassius. And you are
Cassius. Nice to meet you.
Cassius. And he shakes now like everybody's hand, like almost like he like remembers retroactively, right? That he should have shaken the hand of everyone. So yeah. So and then like he looks around again. So you came to help Snaga find the tower.
How about we sit down at the and have a drink, and then we could talk there.
Excellent idea. Yes.
Yes. Drink. And food. Food. Let's eat. And he kind of like waddles like into the drinking hole along with Wilmer, because Wilmer is not gonna pass on like interesting stuff, right? So you guys sit down, and Merla will serve you like food. She will actually put like a bowl of water down for Snaga, because lizard folk don't have lips, so so he kind of like dips his front mouth into the bowl and drinks, right?
There's just some out of the corner staring from Samira, like the whole time. She's trying to keep a blank face, but she's just, yeah.
This is really interesting, Senna whispers to Samira.
And by the way, at this point, because he took his head off, because he's inside, he doesn't have ears like you guys have. He has holes behind his eyes that are probably his ears, like a lizard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Who else is in the inn?
Merla. The kids are somewhere outside playing. The husband, you don't know where he is at the moment, but Merla is there. She's making food and stuff. And Wilmer, the priest.
Okay. So this is day 3, so all of our meals and stuff still paid for at this
Yes,
point.
yeah.
Okay. And is the autumn festival tonight? Or
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
So he like finishes his water drinking, kind of wipes it with the back of his sleeve, like across his mouth, whatever, face, and then does the side blink again, and you think he looks at you expectantly?
Insight check.
I mean, sure. Disadvantage.
I-
Go ahead.
I'm trying to learn whether it is him looking at us expectantly or not.
Well, roll me an insight check with disadvantage. Go ahead.
9.
You have no idea.
Snaga, is it?
Yes.
Your name popped up around town. Heard you were looking for the tower.
Popped up.
Yes, like a gopher. I think that's the expression.
Like a what?
He means in conversation.
Oh, yes. People talk. Yes. And?
Yes. Heard you know the way.
Snaga knows the way. Snaga pays coin. Snaga pays a whole silver.
Each.
Or
He kinda
Each
he
of
kinda
them.
he kinda leans back and puffs his chest out, and like it's a bit more clear on this that he's like very proud of that amount of money.
It's
I'm
not the
less
full
interested
watch.
in the silver. why are you seeking the tower?
It's a legend. Nobody knows where it is.
And
Snaga
on
knows
how
now.
do you know?
There was a man, a drunk man,
Mm-hmm.
very drunk. He
Oh
talked about how he knows, and Snaga was curious, and the man was playing cards, so Snaga played cards. Snaga likes playing cards. Cards are great, interesting. And he like stops for a moment, like he has to actually takes a moment to think, right? But the man, yes, the man said that he was hired by another man. I don't know the other man. I did not see him. But the other man, that man knew, and this man was hired to go with the other man. And he was supposed to go. And Snaga challenged him to a game to tell him the way. And then the man was gone the next day. Never seen again. I asked. I won the map, but I asked. The man is gone. I don't think he should have talked. And this is how Snaga thought that, if the man vanished after telling Snaga about the map, then there must be something to it. Because the other man probably was not happy about this man talking.
So you heard about it from a drunk man. Do you have a map itself?
Oh yes, he told me and he drew. And Snaga, and he kind of puffs his chest out again, Snaga memorized and burned the paper.
Oh.
Oh, jeez.
Snaga knows the way, but Snaga also made sure that some of the directions are true. So Snaga, and like he actually like turns around and he had like this pack, right? Like it's not really a backpack. It's more like a sack that he like slunk across his shoulder from one side. So like he like turns it forward, and pulls out a thick parchment that's like, it's not the best quality paper you ever saw in your life, right? But it does the trick, right? And it looks oldish, right? And he's like very careful with it as he pulls it out and unrolls it. And I'm gonna drop you on. And
Look, it's gonna be a children's drawing.
no, no, it's not gonna be a children's drawing. Activate.
Wow. Okay, this is.
So, basically, what he unrolls is, Steno, you recognize immediately as a bigger version of the Hulag forest.
Okay.
Are the names on the map?
Yes.
This is fairly detailed. Where is the
And
path
Wilmer at
to the
this point
tower?
also leans in as like and points like at the written things. It's like, I taught him how to write like that. That's I taught him that.
It's very impressive.
But like you can see the brush strokes. Like this is ink, right? For the people of you, like especially Steno, like this is not like this is not like scribbled. This is like a slow brush, painstakingly. Yeah.
And you did this yourself?
Yes.
Did you count all of the trees?
No. But
I've never seen a map before, so I wouldn't know.
But Snaga went to the city to Arabel, and Snaga went to the map maker, and asked and paid to get a tiny bit of knowledge. And then he points at the square, like he's like again puffs his chest out, like super proud of that. Like at the grid is actually like drawn on like a pencil, like on top of the ink. And he points on the grid and goes like, this 2 miles on each side, each square. So Snaga took the directions and made this map, and Snaga went along the east way and checked for the first part, and it's true, and the directions are correct, and Snaga knows the second point as well, and that turned out to be correct. But Snaga cannot go there himself anymore because it's deeper in the forest, and the forest is dangerous. And this is why Snaga pays 1 silver, a whole silver per person. Like he like pauses to like let that sink in, right?
Yes, of course.
I mean, considering that you guys are basically like how cheap the food is here, you gotta like 1 silver is not a small amount, right? Not for like a poor little lizard boy, you know, who
They saved up for months for that silver.
Yeah.
And it's not just 1, it's 4 he's offering.
I mean, potentially more. I mean, again, whoever will take it. Yeah. So, Snug.
You still haven't answered why you want to find the tower. Yes, it's a legend, but why do you want to find the tower?
Snaga wants to be the most famous adventurer of all adventurers.
So you want to find the tower and then
come back home.
Come back home?
Yes.
How are you going to become famous with that?
He like stares at you blankly. Because Snaga found the tower.
It's a fine goal. It's quite a legend. I've heard about this tower, so
and he
if
opens
you're
his
the one
mouth
that
into
it...
that weird snarl grin thing. By now you realize it's actually like a big goofy happy smile, and like his eyelids close a tiny bit so he looks like, you know, happy lizard. And he nods at you as you talk.
Will you draw the tower?
Yes. And he like pulls out another rolled up parchment, and like it's a blank, and he like rolls it out and like very carefully, like, you know, very gently, and then pats it.
Could you draw us by the tower as well, with you?
Oh, Snaga is not very good at drawing people. Structures are lines and straight, and people are wiggly and soft and strange.
That's kind of true.
Very.
Also,
I'm interested in...
Snaga has an easier time seeing big things. He blinks again. You kind of realize that lizards probably don't have the same way of perceiving things like you do.
We're all squiggly and soft.
Apparently so.
So, will you take the silver and travel with me to find the tower?
I will travel with you to find the tower, but you can keep your silver.
I'll take her silver.
You'll take your own and nothing more.
I mean, why would you not take the silver?
Because I'm not going to need it if we find the tower.
Alright.
I'm willing to accompany you.
I guess it's worth a shot.
Worst
Aye.
case scenario is we don't find a tower.
Worst case scenario, we're eaten by a green dragon.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario.
Speak for
Best
yourself.
case,
I'll be long gone.
we slay the dragon and take it with us.
Right. Good luck with that.
And then Snaga like nods. But there still might be that other group. I don't know that
Other group.
man. Snaga did not see that man, but Snaga asked questions in the tavern, and the name of the man is Victor. Steno, it's the name of your guy.
Okay. So immediately, like, you can
Sorry.
see a sudden change from like curiosity and awe to her brows furrow deeply and her fists clench together, tightly, white knuckled.
So, sorry. Do you wanted to say something? I just wanted to ask Snaga how long ago he heard about this.
10 days and 10 days.
So they have a head start.
And dying in the forest, probably.
When would you like to go, Snaga?
Soon. There is a part of the instructions that Snaga thinks you need the moonlight for it. But
Yes, quite a bad
Snaga
time of month for that.
Snaga thinks a lot. Snaga thinks, and Snaga thinks is that we go and we find the spots one by one, and there should be enough time until the next full moon.
When is the next full moon?
The next full moon is, I will tell you, if I actually click on the right browser,
13
is-
days.
Yeah.
The moons are something I would keep track of.
13 days.
13 days. Okay.
A bit less, 12 days.
Huh.
No, sorry, no, you're right. Full moon rising, full moon. No, it is on the 29th. So today is the 18th or the 29th.
Isn't it on the first harvest tide?
That's
the full
also
full?
full moon, but the full moon rising is like on.
Oh, okay.
Old moon druid, senses coming tingling.
So basically, like the period when it like appears to be a full moon is like from 29th to basically the 1st of Marpinov. So yeah.
How many points are there on this map, Snaga? You said you found the first and the second, but the third one is in the forest.
And like he sits and thinks for a moment, and kind of like raises his hand with the 3 fingers to start counting.
I will put up both hands with all 10 fingers so he can count on those as well.
And he nods and like blinks and then like counts like, and then like he stops for a moment and like moves his mouth hole, as in like it looks like he's mouthing something to himself, right? He's repeating something in his head. He's not saying it out loud. 2, 3,
Can I tell what
4.
he's mouthing?
No, he doesn't have lips, so you can't read it, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and like he like reaches to the last finger, is like, oh, it's 10. It's 10. 10 points.
So we have to find which point is the moon at where you need the moonlight.
The tower.
So the 10th one.
Yes. No. No.
No.
No.
The tower isn't the last point.
No. And
So which one is
he
it?
leans back. Snaga is smart. Snaga keep this in his head. In my head. My head.
That's okay, you can keep it in your head. I'm just trying to find out how many points we have to find before the next full moon.
We're just trying to find a timeline if how much we would have to rush.
We have to find
Speaking
a
of
point
which-
a day, basically.
Well, he like motions to your hands again. And he does the same thing from the beginning, by the way. And then on the ninth finger, he stops and goes, here, moon. Salute.
Okay,
How
we've got 9
How far away is
points.
point 1? How many
Well,
days travel?
He's already found 1 and 2.
Yes.
But yes, good question. Is it on the other side of the forest or is it on this side of the forest?
Oh. Snaga will tell you the first. Because,
We don't need to know what it is. We just need to know
Just
how
an-
far away.
well,
Is
he
it
will-
1
he
day?
will-
Is
he
it
will-
5 days?
he will start at the bridge and then basically go tap one square after another along the east way until he reaches that like marked tree on the pathway right in the forest.
Oh, pretty
The-
far.
Yeah,
That
that tree. And he goes
Okay.
like 48 miles. Snaga will father,
we
father,
both
and he
got
he points at Wilmer and is like Wilmer goes like and Wilmer like looks very proud of this, like I helped him calculate it.
So is that the longest stretch of travel between the points?
Snaga doesn't know.
Okay, this
So
can
you
be.
you said you found the second point.
Yes,
That
and he
also
points.
on the
Yeah,
trail, or
yeah,
is that in the forest?
If you, yeah, that one, yeah. And he points at that and it's like, second, about 9-10 miles, but Snaga not sure. That is, people told me, hunters who hunt in the forest, that they have seen.
Okay. So
But
it's getting
Snaga has
shorter,
not
so that's
seen.
good.
Snaga has
This is
not
like
seen the second
58
point.
miles away.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you've got your running shoes, Cassius.
Cassius looks miserable. He doesn't enjoy this, and especially not because it's a drunk that told him. He's like, oh man, drunk people have told me so
But
many
he's
things.
confirmed the first 2 points, one of which is easy enough on a road.
Yeah, but as explains to you that the second point he didn't see in person, he confirmed it by hearsay from hunters who hunt in the in the
Yeah.
area. So
But they're
like
not
you
gonna
can
lie
see,
to him,
he's not
so-
the fastest thinking person ever, but he's very methodical about it. Right.
Yeah, he's clever enough.
Yeah. So he's not like chasing after something willy-nilly, and from like you can see like Merla is there now. Her husband popped up in the meantime, and Wilmer, and they're all like standing there and nodding, and you can see that they're like approve of like what he's done. So he's not like just chasing off into the hulag, and you can see that these people care about him. They wouldn't probably let him do that, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So he has something really solid there, from like the way he's talking, the way he like tells you how he researched it, right?
Pointing at the map, I'll point at the northern side of the forest where you've got the Stonehenge structure.
Yeah.
What's that?
Elven Mount. Elven
What?
Burial Mount. You
What's this?
don't go there. And Wilmer will collect like in ancient times, this used to be a part of the Corman Vida forest, and there used to be elves in this area, and this is an old elven burial mound. it is a wider known thing that we know about, and he asked around until he confirmed where it is, so he doesn't accidentally run into it, because he doesn't want to disturb the spirits.
What's the cross?
That's the wait, GM needs to look at the map. It's a long name. Me and names not matching. It's the realm of the Wailing Fog. It's basically bad juju. Bad things happen there. It's like a area where like the fog is very thick and like happens.
Steno, what do you know about the Elven Burial Mound? You're a local.
Out of character.
Basically what I
don't
just
know.
said. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you know about the realm of the Wailing Fog?
Jim.
I'm googling it. Give me a second.
Is this where the player asking should answer the question?
Sadly, I don't know about the specifics about these places.
The realm of the Wailing Fog is a place of fence, mist, and feeling of being watched, according to the legends. There are some long ruined towers, about which nothing is known. And basically, there's like rumors about hags or the undead, but it's like obscure knowledge that Steno didn't really read about, so she only knows like fleeting stuff like this. And Wilmer will actually nod about it, like that's like, local close enough legend, but like nothing too specific.
Okay.
And the only reason why he's marked it is because it's one of the rare things that are actually known as like locations in the Hulak Forest.
Do you know if the individual who told you about this map, if the man who hired him has already made his way there?
Snaga assumes.
Okay. And Sanor just goes quiet and slinks back into her chair.
I mean, said it's been a month, right? So
Yeah.
It kind of matches the timeline of Snaga doing these rounds, right? For the last 2-3 weeks, 10 days.
When do you want to leave?
And he kind of like shuffles in the chair, and he looks at Wilmer and then looks down. Now, but tomorrow is the Harvest Festival, and
Yes, it is.
and Snaga likes spending time in the village for the Harvest Festival. So, after the Harvest Festival, after the first day of the Harvest Festival.
Okay.
Wilbur kind of nods, and he will like add to it that like most of the celebration happens like on the first day of the Harvest Festival, because they don't really have time to take that much time off. It's actually ongoing harvest season, right? So,
Yeah. They basically start the harvest that day, I presume.
No, it's already
Celebrate.
ongoing. They just have a day of celebration, and then they will continue. But it's like that's the day they take off, to celebrate, and then they will continue harvesting, like finishing the harvest basically. It's as usual, like on the countryside, they don't exactly can just like, okay, I'm done. It's like this every day, something to do.
Yeah, of course. So I take it it's kind of sunset-ish time around about now.
Yes.
Have we all had meals prepared for us as part of our evening meal?
I think I told you.
Oh yeah, okay.
So we have a day to prepare.
There's nothing left to prepare, really.
We are prepared. We have our winter clothing, so...
Snaga, can you fight?
Yes.
You sound unsure.
I mean, he like tilts his head from one side to the other. Snaga knows how to hunt. Fight. Snaga knows how to run.
What do you hunt with?
And he will like pull the sack forward again. And there is like attached to it, I think it was a hand crossbow. Let me just double check that I'm not talking out of my... Yeah, it's a hand crossbow. There's also a wrapped up net on top of the sack. And that he also like, at his belt, like he pulls out and it's like a dagger. Like, and he like shows the dagger.
Okay.
And then he snaps his jaw like, you know, with the teeth.
Well, hunting gives you some experience then, if we're attacked in the forest. So that's good.
Have you ever been hunting in the Hulak forest?
No.
What's
But-
the biggest creature you've hunted?
Rabbit. He kind of deflates a bit.
That's okay. By the time we find the tower, I'm sure
Oh,
it'll be something
and
a lot
fish!
bigger than that.
Fish! Big fish! River fish! Snaga! Swim! Fast!
So small and swift, and that's useful. In case we
The
come
point-
upon something like that.
The point here, I think, is that he is the most important of us. Without him, we don't know where this tower is. And because he cannot fight, no offense, we must protect him.
And then you can hear Wilmer. Well, you better protect him. He's our boy. You better bring him back.
Well, if we're planning to go to the tower and arrive there, we're not exactly coming back. He might. I'm not.
You make sure our boy's safe.
Yeah, of course. We will make sure that nothing happens to him.
And you can see, like, you know, Wilmer is not, like, overly super happy about this. Like, you know, especially now that, like, Samira said, like, oh, well, we actually don't plan on coming back. He, like, looks a bit concerned, but then also he looks at Snaga, and Snaga kind of, like, turns his head and just nods. And Wilmer, like, takes, like, this very, like, deep lungful, you know, of air, breath, and exhales, and you were always one for adventure. I cannot stand in the way of that. You are your own man now. You are fully grown, as far as we know. You make your own decisions.
As far as we know.
We're not exactly sure, like, experts on lizard folk, right?
Whew. Well, how about we start with finding the first point and go from there. We've still got to find the other 9 points after that.
Snaga nods. That. And he points at you, right? Snaga. That's the plan. Snaga made that plan. That.
Good to know.
It's a fine plan, I guess.
And he, like,
Snaga?
carefully rolls up that blank parchment, right?
Tomorrow, when the sun rises, I want you standing outside the door. We're gonna go and do some practice to make sure that you're as good as you can be.
But only in the morning. Because
Yeah,
Snaga helps
only
the
in the
village for the
Okay.
harvest festival.
Of course, and I will help too.
Good.
But in the
He
morning
claps his
we
hands.
practice. very quietly start eating the meal that's on the table.
yeah. Like all four of us like sitting there going like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, we're so fucked.
Very
Oh man.
thoughtful, like face, just. What do we get ourselves into?
It's
Vera.
the best and only lead we have. So,
Vera,
Sure.
may I have a word after we finish eating?
Yeah.
after the training, or
No,
After
after
we
finished
finish this
eating.
meal.
Eating.
sure.
She just
Does it need to
nods and
be-
goes back to eating.
Does it need to be private, or
Preferably.
I mean, you finish eating. Skip.
So Steno excuses herself. Thank you for the meal, and makes her way outside and like kind of waits expectantly for Vera.
keep in mind nobody goes outside when it's dark. So
Oh, is it dark?
It is dark. Yeah.
it is
Oh.
dark
I
now.
mean, yeah. So,
Okay, never mind.
I mean, the
So-
kitchen is empty at this point, right? And Merla has retreated with her husband back into Snaga
fine.
and Wilmer are back at Wilmer's place, right? Because Snaga sleeps there. So you're basically alone, and you technically have the kitchen part that you can like slip into.
That's
Okay.
fine. I will double check my weapons and
Not that there's
Head
anyone
outside.
outside to see you standing outside, by the way.
yeah, I'm gonna head outside anyway
Oh, okay.
because presumably we were on the little bit of the road in between all the houses.
Yeah.
It's relatively safe. I've been out here a few times.
Very well. And she just follows.
Dark.
What's on your mind?
You said you were after someone. You were
Yes.
searching. Does the name Victor strike any chords?
No.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
I take it Victor is somebody that you're seeking.
Indeed. I have
Insight
something
check
new,
her?
Oh.
Does it seem like she's seeking them for friendly reasons or not so friendly
I
reasons?
mean, roll it.
Is she hunting them?
Ooh.
Wow, that's awesome.
So I see through space and time.
Yeah, so the moment that she heard that name, she was visibly animated a little bit more, withdrawn and pointed
Mhm.
with her questions. She is definitely after this person, and not for not a nice end, not for nice reasons.
Okay. And this Victor's heading for the tower, you think?
May already be there beyond. I'm not sure. But this is my chance to make my way there, and I'm not going to pass this up.
Fair enough.
I can tell you with certainty that this Snaga, while his memory may have faults, what he speaks of is true.
I don't
That
doubt
much
it.
I can tell you. And she just goes quiet and waits for Vera if she has any questions.
No, she's just gonna stand there quietly and kind of look, keeping a very close eye out and paying attention to the sky in case there's any kind of flying creatures around as well.
Okay.
Predominantly because it's dark and all of the villagers do seem to be very adamant about hiding indoors. hours after dark, so there's obviously something going on. But no more questions. She looks like she's lost in thought, almost, but at the same time still very aware of her surroundings.
Okay. So Steno takes a moment to observe, just kind of lean in a little bit. Is there something you're searching for?
Yes. And I know I will find it one day. It's just a matter of when.
At that, she smiles a little bit. It's good to see a little bit of faith. And she heads back inside.
Is there any kind of indication where they're going to hold the Harvest Festival?
I mean, it's
Because
festival is a
presumably-
stretch.
Okay, well,
It's
wherever
not
this
the
gathering
community
going
is
to
not
be.
like it's not the entirety of Sunset Hill. It's like these few houses will gather where you're sitting and sleeping, and have like a shared meal, and drink, and be
Okay.
merry, and that's basically it.
But they're going to be gathering before dark, presumably.
Oh yeah. It starts in the
Okay.
middle of the day. It starts basically in the morning from what you have gathered
Yeah.
over the last 2 days. They will just start like roasting a pig. You know, they start in the morning by killing the pig first and bleeding it, and then cleaning it and then roasting the. It's an entire day's worth of like just like everyone being together and making a meal together, and
Yeah, but it's not going to be a bonfire late into the night because nobody stays
no,
out
no.
after dark.
It's more like a bonfire before sunset and like during sunset, and then
They just let it
Yeah,
burn out
yeah,
on its
yeah,
own,
yeah, yeah.
basically.
Uh,
Okay.
Meanwhile, while they're outside, I'd have after dinner just struck up a conversation with Cassius. Just since tomorrow morning training seems to be a thing right now. You good with that? And I point at his rapier. Up for a spar?
For a spar.
Should get our muscles moving before potential fights happen.
Cassius kind of looks over her and at the maul that she carries, so it's like, I guess, yeah. Just
Of course, not doing any actual damage. I'm sure you have some control.
yeah, a little bit. I hope that you do.
Well, you gotta be with this thing, and I pat my hip.
Hey, yeah, I'd be up for it. I guess. Just be careful around
If you're
the
hesitant, we can try it with some sticks first.
sticks sounds good. Yeah, just be careful about the face.
Will do. Will do.
So, are you excited about our adventure?
You could call it that. I'd rather call it hesitant.
Mm-hmm.
You?
Yeah. Not really. It's yeah, I don't know.
Well, you're
It's-
getting you 1 silver out of it at least. That's
It's-
plenty riches.
1 silver. Yeah. Perfect. Amazing.
Yeah. If we survive at least.
Yeah. So, what if it's all bollocks? What's your plan then?
I honestly don't know.
Mm-hmm.
For you, what's your next plan to riches, or what you're otherwise looking for?
I don't know. Probably head to like a bigger city. Like this country stuff. Yeah, it's not for me. So boring.
Very mundane. can't deal with the, I guess, just lifestyle.
Yeah.
Exactly, I see you.
No, it's I don't know. Westgate was nice, but
It's certainly a difference in this little.
I yeah.
Yes, you would call it. You definitely not call it boring.
Oh no, no.
If you're bored in Westgate, you're dead.
Basically, yeah. I mean, the same could be said to about the fuck. Oh, see, I forgot the name, but the capital of Turmish. Fuck. Um,
Uh,
where,
I
where,
like or something like that.
yeah, I don't know where you're from.
Yeah.
that one, that
Well,
city.
Yeah,
mean,
it's Alagon, that's it.
Yeah. You could say the same for Alagon, right?
I guess so. I certainly kept busy during my time there.
Hmm.
Always working. But that's the city life, I guess.
True. Yeah. I don't know. This forest trip. I don't know. I don't
Oh,
have
it's
a
going to
really
be a
good
mess.
for sure. Maybe we shouldn't practice fighting, but running. How's your running?
Well, you don't really need to run on a ship.
Oh.
Especially with roots and dirt. I don't know.
Hmm.
I guess we can have a race afterwards.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, with the roots and the trees, just treat it like. I mean, if you've lived in Alagon, right? So then the cities, and I guess you haven't been down into the weird things down there, but
Oh, you avoid you. If you did so, then good luck being alive.
no, yeah, no. I mean, that, but yeah, you've. I suppose you've ran from a few troubles in Alagon, so just treat it like a city, I guess. I honestly have no idea.
Yes, I'm
Could be
keen to see how it works in the
yeah.
forest. At least we have a huntress over here to help us along.
Yeah. I don't trust that she will stay with us if the going gets tough.
Oh yes, she certainly alluded to running with the
Yeah.
Great Dragon thing,
Yeah. So
which I respect.
I mean it's fine.
It's inconvenient.
Yeah. Just have to run faster than the slowest member, right?
So the race gonna be fun.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Someone said something about a race?
Oh yes, tomorrow morning we're having a spa and then we're racing. Getting our skills up to par. Yes, we're beating each other with sticks. It's gonna be fun.
I was gonna say, a mole versus a rapier is probably not a fair fight.
Not really.
Yes, getting some battle instincts back in there. We've had a few boring days just traveling, so sticks should work at least.
How good are you with ranged weapons?
Oh, I don't necessarily have any with me, but I can throw my dagger. That's yes, any ranged weaponry I used was usually a cannon. I don't have a cannon.
That's unfortunate.
Very much so. It would help a lot on this trip. I
Yeah.
imagine.
Amazing. That would have been great.
I'm not sure a cannon would be the right choice of weapon in the middle of a forest.
Oh, you don't say.
Maybe if you use the
I
cannon right,
certainly
there
wouldn't
is no
carry
more
it.
forest.
Kaboom! Kapow!
At which point
Trees?
Eric
No
glares daggers at Cassius.
Well, the green dragon fight wouldn't be as deadly as previously, at least.
There'd be no trees to hide behind either.
I don't
I
think
think
there would
that's
be.
your problem then. Certainly not mine.
We-
Well, you up for a race as well tomorrow? You're probably gonna be the winner unless there's some surprises happening. But training seems to be the theme of things.
May I also
Always
participate?
up for some light exercise.
Of course. That's getting a group working together would help at least with the next few days.
So if you don't carry any ranged weapons, do you carry any, Cassius?
No, I mean I just have this one, and he points at the rapier at his side. Ranged weapons. I mean, I've used crossbows before, a short bow maybe. It's been a while, but I don't have any on me.
Okay.
In the city, you know, either you're not far away enough, they just get up in your face, or you're at a distance where you can run. So I don't really find a use for much of any bows there.
Sure. Seems a strange choice. I tend to keep
Well,
both, just in case.
we seem to have an expert in ranged weaponry with you, and potentially Snaga as well, so things are decked on.
Well,
I'm
let's
just
hope we
unsure
don't rely
on
on
what.
our ranged weapons.
I'm just unsure on what you can do again, and I just look at Steno.
Steno.
Well, he's got
Oh.
ranged weapons. He can throw books.
Steno. Not Snaga, Steno.
So she looks at herself and then kind of at her hands. I also am unfamiliar with any weapon that requires distance for the most part.
She knows how to bind wounds, though, so that will be handy.
I'm
Well,
very
that's true.
familiar with. So she is Vieira still standing?
Yeah.
Okay, so Steno will make her way beside her and sort of gesture at Vieira, like as if displaying a human body or an elf body for this point in time. And she says, I'm very familiar with the different points of contact and the flow of energy between these points. And I can strike these very hard and affect the body this way.
Interesting. Do you need a weapon for that?
I do not.
Well, let's hope we all have skills necessary to help us survive the coming days. I think I'm going to sleep now and have a nice rest in preparation for tomorrow's spa and race. Stretching and just laying down in a bed sack.
You can see Cassius blanches every time she says spar. He's just like, right. Yes, fantastic.
Yeah, awesome. I'm fine. Everything's
Great.
fine.
Cool.
Cool.
Seeing if the dice are with me or if it's just unnecessarily scared.
Well, then with that, I guess you go to sleep. And the next morning comes. Click.
I'm obviously up long before dawn.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course you are.
And I'm already outside.
Steno snores, apparently.
Oh god. I mean, we've heard in the tent already, so it's
Yeah.
Yeah, so I will have been awake a couple of hours before dawn, probably spent the last hour before dawn outside, just walking amongst all the houses. No sign of any creatures or anything like that?
The standard stuff, like I said before,
Standard
like,
stuff,
yeah.
Okay, so whatever this mysterious rumor of creatures keeping people in at night is about. Everybody seems to be adhering to it. I take it nobody else comes out before dawn?
No. Not outside the walls, right? I mean, again, it's not like a dawn in these parts. And very much like the parts where you came from, unlike some parts where you've been traveling along. It's not like 1 minute it's dark and then sun comes out and light. It's like a slow transition of like getting right. So they are up the moment it stops being pitch dark, right?
Yeah, but they're mostly inside cooking breakfast.
Tending to the you know, immediate like chicken pens and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's more like the darkness. They're not heading out, right?
Do you want to take a break before we start anymore?
Oh yeah, I should take a break at this point. So let's take a break before we do anything else.
My bladder thanks you.
Yeah, I mean, so let's take a break. Be back in 10 minutes, yeah, as usual. So like, yeah.
All right, that's good.
Okay. Back with the moo. There's one cow.
What?
A single cow.
What?
I mean, you described chickens. I was expecting you to start off with a cock-a-doodle-doo. It's morning.
I'm not imitating a cock. Fuck that. I'm not ruining my vocal cords.
Is that the sound that it makes in English? Oh my god.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah, that's English roosters for you.
That is the English rooster.
Oh my god, that's weird.
And then he comes down off the top of the building that he's been standing on and says, "Would you like some tea?"
Would you like some
That's the British version.
Top of the morning to you.
That's Irish. That's Irish. Anyway, next morning comes around. You wake up to the smell of breakfast being made, right? Merla is up very early because they have a full day ahead. And as expected, the moment you open the door, Snaga is there.
I'm already outside, as previously described.
He walked into you, basically, coming out of Wilmer's, right? And he, like, stops kind of hovering above you because he's bigger than you, right? He's slender, he's just very tall. And he, like, blinks and is like, Elf. Viera. And points at you.
That's right. Come along. And as I've had several hours before everyone else woke up, I've basically gone and picked up a bunch of objects that I can place along what I presume is the top of the little stone walls as target practice. And we're basically going to walk down the road until we're about 10 feet away from the first one. And it's just a small piece of wood, basically. And I'm going to turn to look at him and go, "Did you bring your crossbow?"
No. And he, like, points up with one of his fingers, right? And then scurries off. And a minute later scurries back with the crossbow and the crossbow bolts.
Yeah.
It's a hand crossbow, right? Yeah.
So, first of all, face the wall that the object is on, and show me you loading the crossbow.
Oh yeah, he does that. It looks a bit awkward with the 3 fingers, right? But yeah, no problem. He's practiced with this.
Okay, good. So, you can see the wooden object on top of the wall?
He nods.
Are they wooden bolts or are they metal bolts?
They're wooden.
Wooden. Okay.
Yeah.
Shoot the first object on top of the wall, standing about 10-15 feet away at most.
Ooh.
Wow, and that was with advantage, by the way.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Of course not.
And he kind of like blinks, and then
Okay.
looks at you. It kind of lowers his head.
Aww.
Did the crossbow bolt go over the wall?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go and find the bolt first of all.
Oh yeah, he nods and like scurries off. You can see he's used to
And-
this.
I will walk up to the wall and kind of slip over the top of it. I'm guessing it's kind of 5 feet high-ish.
He slipped over it as well. By the way, he's really quick with climbing.
Quite nimble. Okay,
Yes.
good. And I will help him search for the bolt.
Yeah.
So that we can search for the bolt. So this is probably going to take up most of our time. But that's fine. Once we found the bolt, obviously then come back to the street and we'll go, that's okay, you're still waking up. But you've got to be quick. Reload. Shoot. But this time I'll start pushing him 5 feet further back, so he's about 20 feet away.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you.
Mhm.
He's wearing the sock.
Is he cold?
Yes, it's actually 5 degrees. Right.
In the morning, right? Yep, cold
Yeah,
mornings.
it's really, really cold at the moment.
Mhm.
Sorry. There we go. There we go. Okay. So you find the crossbow bolt. Takes you about 5 minutes, right?
Mhm.
It's not like it could fly that many places, right?
Yep.
Okay. So second attempt, I
Okay.
assume?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. So
And we're going to spend about an hour just practicing, and I'm going to be doing different things to try and
I'll do
distract
3 general rolls. Yeah. You can see that was like a misfire, basically.
him. Mhm.
The first one.
Okay, it happens. Wow, okay. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's not shit. And mind you,
Mhm.
he's not amazing either. Right?
Perfect timing there.
Yeah. Okay. This is just to get a feel for how good you are with the crossbow. That's not a problem. You're gonna hit some, you're gonna miss some. That's good. And we'll find the crossbow bolts for all of these shots that we do. And then I'm gonna push him to about 50 feet away and see how good he is. And we'll spend about half an hour doing 50 feet because we'll probably spend more time searching for bolts than anything else. Okay. Not bad.
Not bad. Let me
We
just...
find that bolt very quickly.
How small are those objects?
They are going to be they're pieces of wood, so the biggest I could find, basically. Like if they're
Like logs? That
like
size?
a log or a branch, yeah, something that's like sort of as wide as a human body would be, if I can find one that wide, and only like 2 feet high ish. So 2 feet by 2 feet, basically.
Okay, AC 15, just for your information.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna do another 3.
He knocks the log off the top of the wall with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good.
And
Okay, so he's not pence.
no, he's not
good.
pants. Again, he
Yeah,
hits more
okay.
than he misses, right?
Yeah. And every time he hits, I'll kind of react with not surprise, but kind of admiration, I guess, for kind of encouragement. Good
Yeah.
hit. That's a nice shot. Make sure you keep
At
your feet
some
steady.
point, he's like, he gets a bit bolder, like especially with the encouragement. Like he pops out his chest again and goes like, Snaga and Viera, make a wager. if Snaga hits that and it falls off the wall, a copper. If Snaga doesn't hit and it falls off the wall, not. Snaga gives Viera a copper. He does the grinning thing again. That's very disconcerting.
I take it he likes to gamble at least a little.
Yeah, I mean, if you have paid attention, he actually on the belt carries a symbol of Temora.
Sure, why not? I don't normally gamble for money.
Okay, I'm gonna roll this. And it's 50 feet away, so it's gonna be normal. Ah, no! Okay, you can have a copper. he goes, and he like takes out of a pouch a copper and it gives you a copper.
I will flick the coin and then put it face down on my hand and tell him to call heads or tails. Heads, he gets the
Heads,
coin back.
heads. He doesn't hesitate, like
whichever
immediately.
one. Heads.
Tails.
I'm not sure what that is. That's tails, isn't it?
Yeah. To me, always the one is heads and the two is tails.
Okay. I was expecting it to roll the coin. With heads and tails on it. Oh. Close enough. Good, let's go back. I think we've done enough practicing for this morning. And you need to get ready to help with the harvest.
He nods. In the meantime,
Did he
there's
break
two more people
any
who...
of the crossbow bolts?
Yes.
Yeah, 50% of them went bye-bye, right?
Okay.
But it's fine, like he
I-
doesn't seem to be too worried about it.
Well, I'll retrieve the heads and the feathers from the ones that were broken. And I'll spend some time recrafting the ones that he's missing.
But he will also tell you that he has spares, right?
That's fine. I'll recraft these
Yeah.
anyway. Otherwise, it's a waste of heads.
Anyway, we also have two people who wanted to do some sparring.
Yes, I would
You gonna
have
do it
taken some
before or
time
after
to
the breakfast?
After.
after. Yeah.
Okay, so because these two
Yeah,
were doing
after.
this before the breakfast, so like breakfast happens, you know, and then you guys head out. So what you doing?
I would have cut off one of two like twigs, like longer twigs from one of the trees here, like young and springy ones. You know, those green ones that are flexible. And basically would have found like a bit of space where we could stretch out a bit and.
Yeah, you have plenty of space. Okay.
So, you're not wearing any armor, then? I haven't seen you wear any, actually.
Well, armor can quickly drag you down in the rolling ocean, so I got used without it.
Alright.
Just drags you down.
So you're basically slapping each other with twigs.
Yeah.
You know, fresh twigs are very bendy. It's more like a little whip, basically.
Yeah.
That's gonna sting. Okay, great.
Thank you.
It's an improvised
Yeah, I didn't
weapon,
want
by
the
the way,
break part.
for both of you. So, Cassius, I'm gonna let you
Strength,
roll with
right.
dexterity
Ooh.
because it's a twig. Like, if that's not finesse, I don't know what is. But just roll dexterity straight versus. So each one of you, please roll me 3. Like, let's do the first one. So, dex versus strength.
I can roll strength, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Ooh. Fuck.
Okay. So the first round of sparring, and I'm not like that's not an exact time frame. Cassius, what's your AC? Your AC is actually 16 with the armor, right?
15.
15, yeah. Okay, so in the first round of sparring, he's a flexible little fuck, right? He's dodgy.
Yeah.
So he gets more in on you, Samira, right?
Yeah, I just start grinning at it, not even being any bothered at all. Just start laughing and everything.
Okay, let's go for round 2.
All right. Oh, I'm bad.
Man, he's a slippery one.
Yeah.
And he's enjoying this as well, I have a feeling.
He's so smug, yeah. He's like strutting around, like he's flying around. He's also fighting dirty as hell. Like he's trying to distract you with like pointing behind you, like looking scared at something, and then just slapping you with the stick. And he's constantly like bouncing around you, basically.
Yeah.
Pocket
Yeah,
sand.
at the end of that.
Not that dirty.
Meanwhile, she's still laughing, but she's getting that glint into her eyes. Like she's getting like her eyes are just kind of like narrowing, and I'm gonna rage now.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
And she gets a slight cruel edge to her laugh.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I don't know if
behind the
this was not entirely clear. Like, I think to everyone, but Samira's eyes are really strange. By the way, they're like almost like bleached pale, and as she rages, they kind of flare up a tiny bit.
So slightly.
Oh shit!
So yeah. Roll it!
Cassius' laughter
would I
becomes a
roll
little
with
bit more
advantage
uncertain.
now?
Yes, you would, because it's a pure strength check.
Would I roll with advantage?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
There we go, it's better. Oh, fucking hell. You're so lucky!
You still hit him. You still hit him. So, like,
And I hurt him.
And you hurt him, yeah. So, but now you're like kind of matched. You know, he's still a bit more slippery than you are, right? But Cassius, this is the first indication of like, ouch.
Yeah, no, he's not. Well, he's still laughing, but it's like super uncertain, and he's
Yeah.
Hmm.
But you know what else you have advantage on, Samira? Grapple checks.
What? Oh. Yeah, if I caught him sometime during that round.
Oh, then
Like-
roll me an athletics versus acrobatics, Cassius.
I'm trying to.
Oh shit! I'm so unlucky today.
Wow.
Wow!
That is basically
I'm
like
so
he sees it happen before it happens.
Can't touch this.
Man, this is like
he slips away from you and kind of like uses you as like he just jumps off your knee, basically just steps up your knee and kind of jumps away from you. Does a nice flourish when he lands.
3-point landing.
And at this, at the flourish and everything, she just there's a second of pause, and then she doesn't seem mad now when she's laughing. She's just laughing with you at the moment, and she's just ups the stick, just claps.
He's like bowing and like.
like
And
clapping.
applause from the side as
uproariously.
well.
Yeah. Very impressive.
You are
Slipperier
the
than
person I
nuts.
like that.
That's
Mm-hmm.
that was a good fight.
you
And
have
he
a
kind of like
you
he's
gathered a
still smiling.
crowd.
Yeah, he's still smiling, but he's like stretching his arm, and you can see like he's like wincing a little bit where you slapped him with the stick. He's like, oh, yeah, you pack a mean
Yeah, I
punch.
approach him with a hand outstretched, like,
Oof.
good job. I and then do you reach for her hand?
Yeah, sure.
Especially the children have been watching you guys, right? You're like the most interesting thing ever, right? So this was like really great, and like the older boys already like peeling off and doing their own thing and wrestling, themselves. Like Snaga was clapping. Mirla was the entire time describing to Jeanette what was going on, and
As
Jeanette
soon
was
as he-
cheering for you, Samira, by the way, the entire time.
Aw, as
You
soon as he
show
puts his hand in
that
mine-
whippersnapper!
As soon as he puts his hand in mine, I just drag him forward and use the other to slap on his bruise that's developing. Good fight. We have to do this again. Just slapping again. Just
Oh, yeah, it's
you get the feeling there's no hard feeling, but she's enjoying your pain.
Otherwise, around noon they start roasting the pig. It's like the classical pig on a stick situation on spit roast. It's like there's like a pole that's rammed
Is
through
it
the pig.
wild pig?
No, it's they kill a piggy.
Is it long pig?
And it was Derpa Sherpa who actually slaughtered it. And by the way, they slaughtered it. It didn't do even a squeak.
I imagine they pretty much know how to slaughter their animals.
And Samira, you know that like sometimes, because you've been like around harbors and stuff, and like where they're like doing that on regular basis in the cities. If it's done badly, it's like it's squealing super loud. Like it's not a pleasant sound, like a pig being slaughtered. So Derpa Sherpa killing it this quickly without even a squeak is actually really fucking impressive. And if anyone was watching, especially Vieira, he spent some time like leading it out of the stables and patting it and scratching it behind the ear and calming it down, and then doing like one swift across the throat, as painless as possible, right? But like he took his time, like properly calming the animal down and not having it be scared before he cut it.
No.
Samira said something?
Yeah, I said, who's up for the race after dinner? Lunch, I mean.
We should probably do it before lunch.
Oh.
shouldn't we?
I would be
I mean, we could
enthused.
do so.
Snaga is on board. The kid's on board as well. Especially the oldest boy, he wants to participate.
Yo, actually, is Brem around? The girl?
Yeah, she's
Really?
always there. She's never very far from her brothers, despite the brothers basically picking on her all the time.
Cool. If she's willing, I'll give her a piggyback.
No.
Okay. Yeah, okay, you can do that. She's light enough to not give you a slowdown.
Yeah, well, I'm not carrying all my stuff on me.
Yeah. She will do that.
How heavy's a kid?
Like,
She's 5.
50
She's not that
pounds.
heavy. You will be rolling with disadvantage, however, because you're not used to the kid. Because a kid doesn't know how to move with you, right?
right.
So
This will prove to be a good challenge.
okay, to speed this up, I'm just gonna have you all guys roll me a general dexterity check and arrow with disadvantage.
Dexterity, okay.
Given that it's a race, and my base movement speed is higher than everyone else's,
You're gonna like, but it's also like it's not just like running; it's also running across terrain, right?
so just a dexterity.
Look
check.
at your luck now, Cap.
He's like falling behind, yeah.
Where's that now?
He's super winded, but he's trying not to show it, but he's like, oh fuck.
Samira would purposely slow down a bit, so if she's still slightly ahead of Cassis, then just speed up again. Like,
Oh my god.
Okay,
So
so
mean.
I mean, the kid did like that's the problem. Like she at some point like almost like pulled you over out of balance, right? And then because she leaned back at the wrong moment, and then she like quickly grabbed onto you, and like you know, like a squeeze around your throat, which you didn't expect, which is why you fell behind, right? Viera by far the fastest. Like she's like, you know, elven dexterity, not even a match, right? But Samira kept actually up, like not as fast, but like, you know, she kept pace enough to like stay close enough, right?
Until
Snaga,
she started being mean.
Snaga, like shortly followed by Cassius. You know,
Cassius winded from all the fighting.
Yeah, I'm being pulled back by Samira, being annoying.
Yeah. And then, like I said, Steno because of the kids on the back, because like, you know, that one moment
Yeah.
comes in last. Along with the boy who actually initially wanted to race, but then when you picked up the kid, he was like, they pick on the little girl, but they clearly care about her, so he kept an eye on you and her. You know, he's the protective big brother.
Okay.
No.
Aww.
So yeah, and then you basically gather with all the people you met over the last 3 days, and they gathered for a meal. And because it's a nice sunny day, they actually brought the table outside, right? And there's like the fresh roasted pork with the crispy, you know, crackling skin, and like, you know, also Merla has been dipping fresh baked bread into the pork as it was like melting. The fat was melting off the pig, was like dipped some of it into it. So you have like fat dipped fresh bread. And she also made sweet rolls, and there's like an apples and, you know, cooked sweet wheat that was ground up with, you know, ground nuts and that kind of stuff. And it's like this like really hearty, you know, pears and apples and nuts, you know. Yeah, it's nice hearty food.
Noticeably, Steno will deliberately avoid the sweeter foods, despite, you know, her eyes gazing towards it constantly. Like she wants to taste it and have some for herself, but she's sticking to the.
Merla
more
will
plain
absolutely give you, like, she will insist on you eating. Like she's one of those mothers who like, are you hungry? Are you hungry? Here, eat some. Eat. There's no, right?
I appreciate. Oh, yes. No, I.
If you don't want it, you can
yes,
give it to me. I just
Here you go.
sat next to you expectantly.
And then she
And
will
roll
get
it out.
another sweet roll and give it to Steno anyway.
Oh, wow. This is delicious, and so Steno will like.
You will
sneak
also
away.
notice after a while that if you empty your plate, they will fill it up again.
Steno learns quickly, and
Same
will
for the
keep
ale.
a
If you
full plate.
empty out your flagon, they will fill it up, right? They
Uh-oh.
will keep checking if it's empty. Just to remind
Uh-oh.
everyone, when it comes to ale, you can drink twice your Constitution modifier before we have to start rolling for drunkenness.
Is Cassius in trouble?
Yep. Free ill. Every time he finishes one, he gets a new one.
Okay,
Th-
Cassius,
this is-
what do
this
you
is
like
what we
when
call
you're
enabling.
drunk? Tell
if
us.
nobody stops me,
Oh,
no,
I'm
he's
laughing at you. If you get drunk.
yeah, he's no, he's as he is normally, but like cranked up to 10. So boasting and like super pretty happy. He's not going to pick fights or anything, but he's just drinking with everyone. And you can see him also now that he's not staying at one space at the table, but he's like going to all the different people and then talking with those.
The men have adopted Cassius, by the way. You're like completely pulled into the crowd there, right? You get a lot of laughter and slapping on the back and stuff. And it's the kind of like harsh slapping on the back where like you get rocked forward every time.
Yeah. He still winces every time they hit his arm where Samir hit him.
Yeah. The carpenter will notice and he will like keep doing it because he's
Oh.
abused.
My kind of.
And he will tease you for like, got beaten up by a girl, elbow,
Beaten
elbow.
up? No, I've better fairly and squarely. That was all skill. And he's just laughing and yeah, he's having a more fun time probably than in the last couple of days with all this traveling and then boring sitting in the village. As soon as there's ill involved and partying, he's way up for it.
But Vieira, Harvest Festival, and you're gonna be on the road tomorrow.
Yes, we are. So yes, she's going to celebrate along with everyone else, watch Cassius's boasting, and just kind of stick to the sidelines really and wait for everyone to head off to bed more than anything. And then she'll go and do her own preparations.
After dark? After everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
After dark. So she'll just head off. She's not going to go too far away, kind of 20-30 feet down the street, basically to the edge of what you would call the village, I guess.
Yeah.
And then she'll make sure she's alone first, and then do her own ritual preparations to Rilifan.
Mm-hmm.
And it will culminate with her taking the wooden carving that she's done of Rilifan back to the bonfire and setting it down on a stone just next to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll retire for the evening.
Okay. There were less animals out there, by the way, this time because the bonfire and
Yep.
But anyway, the night passes, and you wake up early morning. Snaga is like there and ready at dawn, basically. For a few of you who actually sleep right this early, you get woken up by knocks, basically on the tavern door.
Stop kicking me.
We'll be right out. All fresh-eyed, having
And
just
you get
drunk much at
breakfast,
all last evening.
and Mirla will pack you bread and sheep cheese.
Mm.
It's not as stinky as the other one, right? This is a bit more mild,
Oh.
but it's still sheep cheese. Again, I cannot stress enough how intense sheep cheese is, even like fresh cheese, right?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Yep.
I know.
Steno was definitely into this. This sheep cheese.
And she also packs you a sweet roll each.
No.
Aww.
I will give Snaga the repaired bolts that he broke during the training.
Nice.
That I basically, whilst everybody was doing stuff yesterday, I was just using the time to craft replacement shafts and then resecure the heads and then hand them back to him.
Mm-hmm.
You'll probably need them.
Awesome. He will take them, and he will like do the like lowering himself so he's like on eye level with you, and do the blink, and go. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we ready?
Yes.
I'm ready.
Cassius is hangover as fuck. So I get a level of exhaustion, right?
Steno is definitely like shoving water in his face and be like, "You have to hydrate."
You got that, pal, didn't you?
I mean,
Did you
you.
go? All fresh face?
I didn't want to roll it, but you really want the level of exhaustion?
Well, I mean, I said I got drunk. Like this is they were enabling him, so
Okay,
I did it.
yeah,
That's
okay.
it's up to you. It's
Okay,
up to you.
okay, let's. You have a level of exhaustion, but you know It's the drunkenness rules I made is temporary exhaustion. It's not like you don't have to sleep it out. So like by noon it's gonna
Yeah.
be gone, right?
Okay. Yeah, but I'll just put the level of it. So I think if I just put it here, it just automatically does it, right? So the
Yeah, and
exhaustion
you don't
thing.
even have to put it, but like just keep in mind like until noon is again there's nothing happening that where you need to dice roll. So like
Yeah, but just so you know. And you can see it, and he's like holding his head, and he like whenever there's loud noises, he like cringes.
okay.
What a beautiful morning.
Oh, shut up.
Birds are twittering. We're on the way of travel.
So
Let's go, city boy.
Snaga will pull out the map, right? And basically, he will point at Sunset Hill and then point at the bridge. And he said, the first step starts at the end of the bridge. So we have to go to the bridge.
Okay.
Good.
Start heading for the bridge.
And like the previous day, so who's carrying, by the way, the tent?
I am. I'm assuming.
Yeah. So it takes you half a day, right, to reach the bridge. Like you traveled like before. Like basically half the journey is over by the time you get to the bridge. And at the bridge, he will you will cross it, right? And then he will stop. And then he will like gesture like down the way. And kind of like with a pregnant pause, right? And then he will say, at dawn, be at the end of the bridge crossing the Immerflow. Travel north along the east way into the Hulak at the speed of a mule until the sun sets. But Snaga already calculate. Well, Wilmer calculate. So Snaga knows where to go. And he like pauses again, and then you get the impression that the thing he just said, he learned by heart, right? This, the sunset, this is where you will find the dead man's tree. You'll know when you see it. And then he looks at you like, Snaga knows. Snaga knows. Snaga found the dead man's tree. So we travel and make camp before the forest. And then we travel the next day to the dead man's tree.
Wanna lead the way?
So yeah. So basically, you traveling from the bridge around here, right? This is where he stops for the night. And you can see he did this journey already a few times, right? And the instructions are really specific. So basically, he said like if you travel from the end of the bridge at sunrise, right, and travel till sunset, at the speed of a mule. So like you figure that like that was like something that he probably tested out to see how fast a mule is to begin with. And then people helped him calculate basically how far that would be, from sunrise to sunset. And he will also explain to you that basically that he tested it out until he found the dead man's tree. And it matched the instructions matched what he figured out, right? He found the tree in the spot where it was supposed to be. But yeah, so this is the first leg of the journey to here.
Just before we carry on, whilst we are traveling this, I'm going to be looking out for any kind of herbs to do with creating healing elixirs.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that I can gather and stay alert and stay at my normal movement
Roll me a
speed.
survival check, please.
Either antitoxins or healing elixirs is what I'm looking for. It's 5 what you say.
Yeah.
20.
So let's see. Sorry, just a second. Antitoxin or healing, you said.
Or healing elixir, yeah, both. I'm looking out for both because I do plan on making at least one of each.
Okay. Just roll me 2 times 2d6.
9.
One more time.
I did. That was 2d6.
2 times
two.
2d6.
2 times 2d6.
1 time 1d6, 2d6, and then another time 2d6.
Ooh, another one.
9.
All right.
Okay.
Perfectly down the middle.
I will sit down with you after the session or tomorrow
Mhm.
to, by the way, work out how many is enough per elixir. But
Sure.
note down you have like 9 bushels of each. Because it's very plentiful in this area.
Okay. So 9 antitoxin herbs, 9 healing
Yeah.
elixir.
The healing elixir will be the wild sage root, by the way.
Okay, sure. How much does it weigh?
Not enough to note it down, so you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
You have to carry sacks, basically, for me to start noticing how much it weighs.
Yeah, sure. So, wild sage root times 9. Okay. Do you know what the other one happens to be called?
I will look it up after the session, but you have 9 of it.
Okay.
Something that's native in the grassland. But yeah, basically, let me, and because we're not in the village anymore. There we go. Nice little forest sounds. And this is where you arrive. This is the edge of the Hulak forest.
Mhm.
You can see kind of the mountains just behind it, but like at the angle you are here, it's like the forest is basically covering the mountains behind it.
Wow, this is pretty.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very nice.
So yeah, I assume you're gonna set up camp for the night.
Yes.
So yeah, it's gonna take you, about an hour to set up the tent and so on and so forth. Snaga will help.
While they're doing that, I'll go hunting for food. Because I
But
imagine
yeah.
on the edge of the forest there's food in plenty in
And-
the forest.
Yes.
And at this point, too, I would like to shadow Viera with her permission.
I'm already gone.
Never mind. I look around. Oh, okay. I'm just helping.
Because I'm just used to heading off.
I can help set up the tent now. Perfect.
Yes. I like this part, and whatever part that is that we're at.
So yeah. I'll take it like in the meantime you did learn a tiny bit more about setting up tents, so it doesn't take you as long, right? Viera, just roll me another survival check for the hunting.
Okay.
Take your pick, no problem. It's gonna be smaller game, right?
I will come back with a small wild boar.
Fancy.
A young one, was careless.
Piglet.
Yes.
And yeah. You get back. Steno is once again going through some slow motions. It looks like she's and kicking in very slow motion, but it's very methodical and lots of breathing, very methodical breathing when she is going through these motions.
Mira has taken the sweet roll Murder gave to them and just put it on a stick and is toasting it by the fire.
Oh yes. Do you want my sweet roll as well?
Well, take your food away.
No, I need not to eat such sweets, though they are delicious.
Why? Why would you deprive yourself?
I mean, if you like it, why don't you eat it?
Yeah.
It's good to eat bitter. It is
Uh,
a matter
why?
of restraint and
Why?
will.
At this point, you can see Vieira's digging
Okay.
into boar ribs. More than halfway through eating them. She looks lost whilst eating.
Why would you purposely eat something that tastes bad?
It's not about the taste or the pleasure of eating. It is about the effects that occur
Okay.
from such an activity. I desire
What are the effects?
something beyond simple pleasures.
Yay.
I'll take it if you don't want it.
I was gonna say that.
She tosses it at Viera.
Catch it.
Can I try to grab it?
I'll hand
No.
it.
I mean, sleight of hand. Sleight of hand.
Both of
Yeah,
us.
puppy
might have
dog eyes.
Yeah.
And Samira's just following
I mean,
it.
unless you have a better idea of what to roll for this, but like, yeah, that's both sleight of hand, in my opinion.
Oh,
Yep.
puppy dog eyes at Cassius.
He grabs it, he looks at it smugly, he's like...
I take it
"Alright."
you don't want any boar then, Cassius.
No, I'm fine. And he actually gives it to Samira.
I rip it in half and give the other half to him. Thank you.
And he offers the other half to Viera. I'm really grateful for the hunting. This is
I was gonna give it to Samira so she could toast it.
It's like just people handing like half of a sweet roll around in a circle. It's great.
Yeah, I just grab it and toast it. I'm gonna toast it on each of you. Will have a half, alright?
Sounds good to me. And Vieira goes back to eating the boar.
Cassius just grinning, and he just kind of just goes back to lying on his back. And
Oh yeah, you do hear wolves in the background, by the way, in the distance, but they're very far away.
While I was hunting, did I notice any tracks of any kind of creatures? Or any kind of...
Nothing that would raise your attention. Again, this is the edge of the forest. The more dangerous stuff is deeper in.
Have we seen any kind of travelers coming either past us or...
Not at the moment, no.
No? Okay. So since we got to the bridge, we haven't seen anyone?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Most of the travel you've been seeing was like the previous days before the Harvest Festival. It's like the logic is probably that most caravans
Most traveling has
try
happened
to
already.
reach the bigger trading hubs before the Harvest Festival.
Yeah, to sell everything for harvest and then return home a few days after that.
Yeah. So there still might be caravans, but like probably not as often at the moment.
How's Snaga doing?
Snaga is actually watching you guys, but like he seems to be unhappy with the rising cold, and he like very quickly after sunset seems to be already nodding away. So he will just like unroll his bedroll and like get cuddly and cozy and close to the fire and just like ease out like a rock, like
I will pull the winter coat out, the winter cloak out of my backpack,
Hmm.
and I'll put it over him.
Oh, he will actually snuggle into it backwards, so it's like covering him entirely. Like you just see the tip of his snout.
Hmm.
No.
That's fine. I'll keep first watch if...
I also
Yeah.
forgot during the short break you had during the day, he like found a nice spot in the sunlight and like was sitting there with like his mouth open and going sunbathing like
Probably
a
on a large rock if he could find it.
yes, yes. Ah.
Fascinating.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, you could wake me up after you.
Who is taking
Sure.
what shift?
I'll take the first shift.
Second.
I
Final.
don't need to sleep very much, so I'll wake Samira up sometime 3 hours before dawn, give or take.
Throughout the night, the only thing that you will notice besides the wolves howling in the very far distance is that at some point, and it's more for Vieira, by the way, because you can see that far, is that there's deer coming out of the forest and they're like eating the grass and stuff.
Mhm.
Like a small herd, nothing too special. Like in the moment somebody makes noise, they will be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gone.
Slowly roll her over.
I'm going to smother you one day.
And I'll wake Samira up. It's probably about 2:30 in the morning when I wake her up.
Quiet night?
Very quiet, just some deer. Nothing special.
That's good. Have a nice lion. I'll extend with something next shift.
Sure. Vieira just settles down onto her knees and thighs and then goes into a sitting position.
Yeah, spend the next few, like, I don't know how long my shift is gonna be, but I just settle next to probably the embers of the fire since it's died down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely, the night passes uneventful. The day comes. Nice chill morning. Autumn is definitely coming, right? The weather is still holding. You were really lucky with that, by the way. But yeah, you get up, you have your breakfast, and then you start walking into the forest proper.
Alright.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
I've never been this far.
The forest becomes very thick very quickly, by the way. Right. It's like the road is nice and like well traveled. Because rain hasn't fallen soon, like anytime recently, it's like firm ground, no mud. You know, it's actually an easy walk, right? It looks like a forest, except that the further in you get, there's this slight, like the deeper depths look deep, like thick, ancient, right? It's not like you sitting there, like walking there, and you have like weird noises at any step of the way. But it's like it's a thicker forest than any of you. Like, well, actually, with the exception of Vieira. Vieira, you know this
Feels
kind of
like
forest.
home.
This feels like home. It's not quite as ancient as the High Forest, mind you, right?
Yeah.
But it's old, and you know that old forests have their own character, right?
Yeah.
Own secrets.
Have the colors already been shifting?
Have to what?
In autumn, the colors changed already. The leaves.
They are starting to. It's still like it's the first month of autumn, so it's not like reddish. Like it's give it another month and it will be full. But there's like already like
There's a few yellow leaves
yeah,
in amongst the greens.
like you have like in the picture, you have like few yellow leaves and there's already like leaves on the ground and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, Samira would just have been looking at the colorful ones. Like, didn't expect it to be so pretty.
It is very pretty.
This is very fresh. It's unlike the stories I've read about.
Dark
You read
and
about it.
twisted forests and dangerous.
Yeah, I don't see it.
You will, Cassius, when it's pouring with rain and you're sheltering under one of the thicker trees.
He looks disgusted towards Friari. He's like, all right.
Also because the forest is thick enough to like cut off some of the sunlight in parts of the road, Snaga is not too happy. Like it's cooler here than versus this fields where like you had the direct sunlight. It's still a sunny day, but like the temperature is, you can feel autumn.
Yeah, I'm already wearing my coat.
Would Snaga be opposed if Steno approached him and like held his hand and started rubbing his hand with her with her other hand?
He will stand there, like he will actually stop and watch you, like hovering above you, right? And watch and like tilt his head to one side, tilt his head to the other.
Oh, don't worry about it.
And and he goes like, "Is this your mating ritual?"
She looks up with.
Snaga is not. Snaga is not.
Sometimes.
Snaga is
Depends.
not sure.
Samir just starts laughing.
That my kind and your kind are compatible.
Steno, she's got a plain face on. Like, to me, this is funny. I'm barely holding back, but for her, she just shakes her head. No, I noticed that you're cold. I'm attempting to warm you up.
He looks to Cassius. So
Cassius shrugs. He's like,
And then he turns back. He turns back to Steno and goes like, Steno, understand, you must. My kind. And then he raises two fingers. Not compatible.
Oh, I am not attempting to mate with you. I don't think that would. And so she just slowly pulls her hands away. Oh, okay. Then how can we help you? I would like to make you as comfortable as possible.
We reach the dead man's tree, and then we make fire, and then we make camp, and then Snaga will be warm.
Okay.
Snaga, brave. Snaga can do this. Snaga traveled this path.
Snaga's a brave boy.
So she just pats him on the shoulder. Good.
He pops out his chest and like nods. Right. And then keeps moving.
Yeah. Keeps moving as well.
It's not like he's shivering from the cold. He's just like, uncomfortable.
Okay.
He's not freezing to death. It's not that cold. It's like 16 degrees.
Yeah.
And moving will keep him warmer.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, you take a short break, halfway through the journey, and then basically nothing happens. Vera, you occasionally spot like the typical, squirrels in the trees. maybe a deer in the distance. Basically, animals, especially hearing travelers, stay away from the road, right? So
Yeah.
there's nothing that you spot that's like, oh my god, pull your weapons, right?
Yeah, but seeing stuff like squirrels, I imagine, makes the forest seem a bit safer because they would be
Oh no,
the
you
first
have
to
the
disappear.
birds and the squirrels, and you have the what you can hear in the music here. This is what you hear. Like the forest is alive. There's no eerie silence or like anything like that. Um, but as you travel towards the evening, there's this like um, in the afternoon, in the depths of the forest, and on the road it's like it keeps it at bay because you still have sunlight, shining onto the road. But if you look into the forest, and like you can see more than your, human companions. In the depth, the dark, and the dim light of the forest, you can see the fog starting to rise slowly. And you know this, like this is like the autumn, normal shift from like the day to night, like the temperature difference, right?
Yeah.
Um, but either way, you basically arrive, and you know it the moment you arrive there. There's like a dip on the side of the road where there's like a not like the trees are not as thick, and there's a dead, like an old dead tree, right? Um, and it looks like it used to be a formidable old tree, right? Nothing too extreme, but it's like old. Um, you know, Several elves side by side. Thick. Um, and Snaga will like point excitedly and like nod. Deadman's tree. Deadman's tree. And I will actually show you uh, what the layout of this is. Give me a second.
While we've been kind of getting closer and starting to see the mist appearing, I would have been picking up any kind of dead firewood as we move, so that we have firewood ready to go for a fire.
So, this is basically where you arrive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you see the dip on the right side if you like keep moving. I hope you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. I did this basically to let you pick where you're gonna pitch your tent, because it's getting the time where like it's gonna take you an hour, right, to pitch your tent.
Under the tree is probably the best place.
Oh, that's
Strategically, is there, looking around, can I see if there's a better place to pitch a tent? Like slightly off the road, or is it better to be slightly on the road?
No, actually, the straightest spot you have is this, and the one across where the like the piece of dead wood is, yeah, with the mushrooms. But for like the large enough, the tent as large as this, it's either that spot or actually it's better where the dead tree is.
Yeah. I'll point out kind of pitching the tent underneath the tree and put down the firewood that I've gathered along the way, so that we've got a fire going pretty quickly.
So where do you put the tent?
I would say we put it... Not sure if you can see that.
No. Do the ruler.
Can you see that?
Mm-mm.
No.
nope.
Nope.
Oh, there.
there you go.
Okay.
Oh yes, yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Roughly. And then put the campfire kind of there-ish.
Steno's glued to Viera. May I follow you?
It's probably not wise to go hunting in the forest at this moment.
Oh, why not?
I would wait at camp to see if we draw any attention for the first hour or so.
Very well.
Which side do you want me to turn the tent?
Facing the campfire.
Facing the campfire, okay.
I'm not sure how.
I'm doing it, don't worry. Oh, wrong side.
Yeah, but how do I delete?
Oh.
And
Put the campfire kind of close to the road, actually. Because I'm assuming is it like stone or is it mud road?
that's part mud. At this point, it's also part stone actually, because it's getting closer to the mountains.
Okay.
There.
Yeah, that's good.
There's your wood.
Keeps drawing. I don't want it to draw. I want it to delete.
There's your fire.
Yeah, you got a button.
Ah, you're right. Click
Nice.
and you can delete.
Bedrolls.
Can
Well,
I,
I would-
take a
I would-
look at the... Sorry.
I was going to say I put the bedrolls in the tent because it's going to be cold here.
Oh, Snaga has no room in there, I think. Right?
No, he sleeps on
So
the
you press
bedroll
the tent.
outside. That's fine. That's
Yeah.
what he did the previous evening as well. As long as it's not raining, he's fine.
Mhm.
Because you can see he's used to traveling like this, right?
Can I take a closer look at this tree? Not that Cassius knows a lot about trees, but I want to see what's up with it. Why is it dead? Kind of just walk around it a little bit as much as I can. Kind of.
I mean, you don't even have to roll me, but like if you look closer, here, right there. See where it ends? My ruler. There is a. This is like where you realize why it's called a dead man's tree. There's a skeleton grown into the roots of the tree. Old one, right? There's vines looping around it, and it's kind of like missing an arm, and the other arm is kind of like entangled in vines and kind of
10
like.
feet higher up.
No, it's entangled in the ground in vines and just like pointing in the direction of the forest, like basically southward, right? I mean, not southward, like down from here, right? That direction.
Yikes.
That's macabre.
And Snaga will notice that if you're looking, right? And he nods like, yeah. This is where you find the dead man's tree, and the dead man will point into the right direction.
So, how long has this guy been here? Like, what the?
Hope he's not pointing to the same fate as his.
Long enough
Actually,
to
I
call it
would
dead
like
man's
to,
tree.
Yeah,
I would like to check the bones, actually.
I mean,
now that he
medicine check.
mentions that. Alright.
Cassius is like crouching before it a little bit. This is like 5 feet away still, but kind of staring at it.
The roots, it's hard to tell.
Yikes.
This is gonna be an interesting night sleeping.
Yeah, so we sleep in front of this. Okay. Yeah, fine.
Yes, and she's very obviously keeping a distance.
It's just a tree.
Well, it's not just a tree. It's with a dead fella.
Is the tree itself dead, or is it just because of the dead guy?
I hate to break it to you, Cassius, but you've probably
tree
walked
looks
over
dead.
several corpses on your way here.
Yeah, but not with a corpse that's like pointing towards something. That's just eerie.
It's a bit ominous, that's for
Obviously a
sure.
marker. Let's face it, how many people are going to follow what a skeleton is pointing at?
Well, apparently we are.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
And while they're getting used to the idea of sleeping next to a corpse, I'm going to go around and check to see if any of the plants here are poisonous. or anything that we should be avoiding?
You have mushrooms.
Yes.
Some of them are the usual, non-eatable variant that grows on dead trees and branches. But you do find, enough for a nice dinner that are eatable.
Okay. Anything other than mushrooms? Any kind of roots, root
You have
vegetables or root
nuts.
stuff?
You have nuts, right? Nuts galore. That you can like
Chestnuts.
acorns and chestnuts, yeah.
Mhm.
So you have that kind of stuff. If you would go deeper, you might find actually like berries and stuff, but then again, you would have to go deep into the forest.
Yep. Don't really fancy doing that. In the middle
You
of the middle
find
of
some
forest.
wild onions this close to the road.
Ooh. I'll pick up enough of those. I've got a mess kit, so we can make some sort of stew. Kind of root
Wild
onion
onions
stew.
and wild garlic.
Wild onions, wild mushrooms, wild garlic.
Yeah.
And I'll return with those.
And you probably still have leftovers from the boar last night, by the way.
And chestnuts are also good in soup.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also
And
have
bits
this
of cheese.
pound of fish that we can add.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can make a fish and onion stew.
Yes. Stano will also like to assist with some of her cooking utensils, making this a bit of
You
a.
can cook.
Oh yes, I'm.
Oh, good. I'll leave it to you then.
Oh,
Are you going to cook bitter again? Like, are you going to cook tastefully? It's a good question.
I'm very well adept at providing meals that are suitable for your tastes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I accept your stance, but I don't understand it.
It's very kind.
So thank you for cooking.
Don't worry, I'll make it tasteful, and goes about doing that once the ingredients are gathered.
Sun is slowly setting.
Can
Ooh,
I
it's
scout
flickering.
the immediate area just to check for any kind of pits,
Perception.
traps, anything like that?
Perception,
Any kind of animal traps?
please. Yes. You will notice beyond the bushes, right up there, footprints in the soft, mossy dirt of the forest. Boots.
What kind of footprints? Boots? People?
Boots. People.
Fresh?
Yes.
How fresh?
Very. It looks like somebody was there and then moved away quickly. And then it goes into the forest.
Okay. I'll come out. Do I get an idea of how many?
You saw one set.
Okay.
Ah, yes, we have this wonderful stew. Come, join us.
Gotta enjoy life's simple pleasures before going on a adventure like this.
Trapes, I would call it.
Steno is still sitting on the dead guy.
Are any of you good at tracking?
No.
Tracking? Nope.
Not much to
Snaga
track.
will he's already sleepy, but like he will like kind of jerk awake. He's like, Snaga, tracks.
Can you see in the dark?
No. Snaga sleeps at night. We sleep at night.
Snaga sleeps.
it's just me then. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, draw your weapons and keep them ready. There are footprints.
Oh.
Is it-
We're not
Have
alone
you-
then?
Potentially not. No. I'm going to see if I can
That's-
figure out how many are here.
As
Are
you're
you
about,
confident you're gonna be alright?
I want,
weapons drawn.
as you're about to head off, you guys can hear a crack, snap of a branch from behind the tent.
I immediately take out my maul and just stand up.
Yeah, take out the rapier, stand up as well.
A question. I know this might sound a bit peculiar. How high is this dead man's tree?
It's well, the first base, like the center of the tree, is about 20 feet up. It's a big tree.
Nice. Okay. I'll just put my back to that for the time being.
And then out of the
Not to an
forest,
arrow.
behind Snaga, a brutish-looking man steps out, and he goes like, "Well, well, well. What do we have here? A band of merry adventurers."
I wouldn't call us merry.
I slowly start moving behind Snaga and just put my arm on his.
Snaga kind of rolls
Yes.
around, and and kind of like he's still like on the ground, low, right?
Oh,
And
okay.
he's like
Yeah,
ducking.
I just try to stand like kind of above in front of him, so he isn't in immediate path of this guy that just
Also,
popped up.
You hear a thud behind you, Aviera.
Mhm.
These are the only two that you can see so far, by the way. But
Yeah.
they look very relaxed, if you know what I mean.
Would you like to share our stew?
Yes, I would also like to share some other things. If we all cooperate and you do all as I say, nobody needs to get hurt. We can all go our merry way. You can go on your merry adventure, and we will leave you to it.
Or you leave the
So a
forest with your
refined
lives.
gentleman like yours is resorting to robbery.
Oh, not all at once. All at once. Like, speak in order. You, pretty girl with the dark skin.
I was just wondering how a refined older gentleman like you is resorting to robbery.
Well, you see how some people farm the lands, and some people become mercenaries, and then some people rob the caravans on the dangerous roads. It's part of the, how do you call it, you city folk? Ambience. Ambient. He looks very proud of himself for that. He doesn't look refined at all, right? Who's clapping?
Yeah, I was very much sarcastic then.
Well, you found the word eventually.
Here, would you like to sample some? And I just approach with the stew.
He
Like
actually
the pot.
pulls his blade and like you basically step towards the point of his blade at this point. And the guy
Okay.
behind Vieira also draws the weapon. Don't get me wrong. Being friendly is nice, but we are careful, and you are, by the way, surrounded. You might not see the rest of my men, but they're there.
Do I
and
see the
watching
rest
it.
of the men?
Roll me a perception check.
But you really wouldn't think that we're alone now.
10.
Nope, you don't see them. Oh, but
You
we
would
know that you are alone because we kept an eye on you.
Do
And he
you?
kind of like taps his nose with his free hand.
Maybe I have some friends here that were stalking you, so why don't we all kind of just relax?
And I take
So
a step closer and just basically lift my maul to
you
shove
have
his rapier
before
down
you
low.
no before you even like
I
take.
don't Yeah.
like before you even
Okay.
like if you start moving forward, there's on
Okay.
the ground a crossbow bolt impacting at your feet.
Okay, I just lift my hands in the air, just no need to be violent now. Just wanted to ask for civility, and I just take a pointed look at the rapier aimed at Senna. It's a bit rash, isn't it?
Let's not be too hasty and not unthoughtful. As I said, if you just hand us over your belongings, coin,
Here you
jewelry.
go. And I toss the stew in his face. Steaming hot.
Roll
Fresh on the
me,
fire.
roll me initiative, please.
Uh-oh.
Wait, let
Alright.
me
Fucking
add you
hell.
all to.
Yeah.
What
Give me a
time of
second.
day is it technically?
It is technically about 8:20 in the evening, so it's
Okay.
past sunset.
Well, we got a fire going at least.
However, I will, because this is not gonna be a quick thing.
Mm-hmm.
I will
Break a
let
point.
you. Yeah, I will let you roll initiative. Or actually, no. Let's kick it off with rolling initiative next time.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it's 20 before the end.
Uh-huh.
Like I actually expected us to be way further ahead at this point.
Yeah.
We're slow movers, what can we say?
Yeah.
I bet we can wrap this combat up in 20 minutes.
You're very confident.
Oh boy.
I am very confident.
I'm totally willing to risk going over the time a little bit, if necessary.
You guys want to go at it?
I mean, I'd be up for it.
If Chris is gonna be alright with the timing, I'm good too.
I'm fine.
Well, I mean, give me 1 minute. I need to go.
I thought we were super
bathroom.
prepared,
Alright.
and you thought we'd be
Let's have a
past
quick,
this point
quick little
already.
bathroom break. And
No,
then we can
I
just all
expected this to
head right
be
into it.
like I expected you to be at this point like literally 3 hours ago. But I also didn't
talking
want
about?
to.
Expect far too much from
Yeah,
us.
but again, if I would have been prepared for you to be here at the end of the session, you would have blown through all of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
we would have.
Yeah. Alright, you can get ready. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we can start fighting.
As long as this dude starts with stew in his eyes,
Yeah.
I'm totally fine.
This dude is going to be dead before the end of the combat round.
I mean, he might start with
Us
stew in his
shortly
eyes
after that.
because, they're not exactly unprepared. Right? They
No,
are at the ready.
But look at the names that that Foundry has assigned to the NPCs.
Irresponsible
Oh,
thug
don't
and
be
dorky bandit.
Dorky Bandit.
Dorky bandit!
Oh my god.
Totally gonna win.
He's too into his games of dice. Probably has big ears too. Can move his ears, I bet.
Alright, be right back.
Yeah, bathroom break, please.
I mean, get on my level. I'm already done.
Oh, it's fancy pants having a wireless headset.
Well, yeah.
Everyone should invest.
Secretly, she's been in the bathroom this whole time.
Yeah.
I also would like to kindly remind you at this point that you're all still level 1.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
just FYI, we didn't have a Maya giving us a mustache, and yeah.
Yeah, I think I was resisting the urge to climb the tree because I was running through the logic in my head. I'm like, yeah, I could jump off and probably roll out, but like, what good is that going to do? I don't have any ranged weapons. And
I do.
Yeah. I definitely need to learn how to loose some arrows from Viera as well.
Well, it doesn't have to be arrows as long as it's got range on it.
At least you
Well,
can
I
see
mean-
Something that you can
things.
throw while you're closing. Yeah, at least you can see with the campfire.
I can shoot spirit fists at people later.
Later.
All right.
All right. Cassius has returned from taking a whiz in the bushes.
Turn it well.
Okay.
Alright.
Shinny, can you add me to the tracker?
Oh, I didn't. Oopsie.
Nope.
I thought I did. I'm sorry.
No
I added you
worries.
to the tracker. Also, guys, we're
Thank
missing
you.
something vital.
What?
Battle music.
Roll me initiative.
Dramatic.
Okay.
music.
Yeah, it's alright.
Hey, how come I'm not rolling initiative? I clicked it.
Huh.
Do I have to click twice?
No.
Just once.
Just
normally.
once.
Maybe
I
you
would
need to
imagine.
reload the page.
Yeah,
Like,
try that.
sometimes happens that the responses, if it doesn't work the first time around, you might need to reload.
Okay, I'll do that.
Oh.
Wow.
Might-
Trash
it might be-
initiative roll.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
the bandits are pretty much last up, so that's...
Oh, phew.
yeah, bandits are last, so that's fun.
My potato is still loading. Dang nabbit.
Just take your time.
With this tense music.
I mean, yeah.
So can you make the combat tracker when you pull it out, can you make it smaller somehow? It's taking up a lot of time, place. Like,
I don't think so.
Oh, you have it pulled out?
yeah, have it pulled out.
Hmm.
I don't think you can
Holy
change.
yeah.
Alright, good to know.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm gonna put him back in.
Combat tracker.
Well, it seems appropriate that Steno would go first as she's throwing hot stew into his face.
Yes.
Well,
That's my action. Straight up. Just splash.
well,
You
I
asked
mean,
for it.
that's not a monk weapon, right? That's improvised.
Stew.
Do I get
Pocket
to add
stew.
my? Do I get to add my cook's utensils to this?
No, because this is not cooking. Smartass.
Okay.
It might be later.
Yeah.
This time we're having
So-
lockpick.
I'll roll a d20, and what do I add to this?
You add your dexterity modifier.
Or just do a dexterity check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just do a dexterity check.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works too. Dexterity. Ability check. Normal. $19. Does that hit this fellow?
What, guys, what would be the damage of fucking stew?
Like throwing a
Well,
vial of
fire
acid at
damage.
someone, isn't it? Because it's boiling, technically.
Yeah.
Like it was held over a lit fire for a couple
D6,
hours.
D4, something like that.
Blinded condition.
But yeah, I mean, add the dexterity bonus because he's basically just throwing boiling water in the guy's face.
I mean, if you punch with a fist, it's just a strength bonus. So what's your dexterity bonus?
3.
Okay, I would say 1d4 plus 3. Roll me.
Okay.
Nice.
Um,
Isn't that basically a monk fist anyways right now?
yeah.
But I wasn't
it
sure.
actually is. So,
Nice!
Ooh.
7 stew damage.
Okay.
And then I'll drop the pot and hurry behind the tree. Or
I
actually,
will.
no,
I will
hurry.
have him. I will have him roll saving throw
Okay.
to see if he's blinded.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Blinded for a round.
Aw.
Oh.
He's not.
His arm was quick enough.
Okay. And 7 damage. Yeah. So he like grabs his face and goes, "Oh! Oh, you bitch!"
And while his arm is raised, I'll kick him in the balls using martial arts. Bonus action.
Yep.
I
Flurry of
like
blows.
this fighting style. Very good.
Are you spending a key for the flurry of blows?
No, I don't
No,
have
it's
flurry of blows.
bonus
This is...
action.
Ah, okay. Well, then do it.
Martial arts.
Oh, whoops. D20. Sorry, I apologize.
Well, just roll your attack unarmed. You should. Oh, you don't have it on your sheet?
No, I was rolling for the martial. Oh, wait, what? No, I do. I do not. But it's okay because it's basically just the same.
Okay.
This. So
Aren't you proficient in unarmed?
I am. Oh, so that would be a 16.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
I'll set up your unarmed attack for next time, Arrow. I will fucking murder you.
Oops. Okay, so 1d4 plus strength, which is no. This is finesse, right? Yeah. So 3, and that's it. Huh. 6 crunches balls. My shin.
Man, old editions had that like if you hit a vital like I mean technically you don't have such a thing as a cold shot.
Yeah.
But it
Just
does
a
hit
flavor.
him. He's not very happy. Yeah.
And then
And then
will
he
move
shouts, "Attack!"
and I'll move beside Snaga and get in front
Wait,
of him
wait.
and take.
Oh, hold on a second. You're moving out of his thing.
Oh yeah, that's
Chance
right.
opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
He will swing. Oh yeah, and I've actually forgot. He didn't have a sword. He had a mace.
Mm.
Just a second.
Ooh.
Crit?
Yep.
Oh
Are you still up?
no! I fall unconscious the moment I try to.
Yeah, so like
Shit.
you punch him and you kick him and he's like, "You fucking bitch!" and like backhands you with the mace as you try to get away.
Crack. Oof.
And then he spits and then looks at the rest of you and is like, "Well, you didn't want it easy, now you're gonna get it difficult." Also end your turn, please.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that's us. How do I do that?
Should be a button somewhere.
Oh, a refresh? Resync? No.
No,
that's
no.
not it.
No. In the combat tracker itself,
Combat tracker
like
is like end turn or something like that.
down low, but I'm not sure if it's in the pop-out.
I
Should be.
can't see.
I mean, I can just like go to the next one if you can't find it.
Yeah.
Sure. The combat. Oh. Okay. Yes. Enter. I was looking at the wrong thing.
There we go. So,
All right.
from the back, and I will unstealth him because he will reveal his position with this. Comes a bolt. And misses you, Cassius. You just hear like a zip. Like
Motherfucker.
and Viera, you heard the dong, of the crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you look over your shoulder, there's a dude in the bushes that you haven't seen prior. He has like very like basically clothing and even like mud smeared on his face that like blends into the bushes and the landscape.
Yeah.
So yeah, Next one.
Mm-hmm. I will move up to...
No, wait.
Oh, sorry.
It's not your turn yet.
Sorry.
It's your
The
turn
orange
yet.
circle around you.
Uh-oh.
Do. Another, and this one. Let's see. Ouch!
Ooh.
Hits like
Yeah.
behind you, Samira. You can hear just like ah! And like as you look at Snaga, there's like a crossbow bolt sticking in his like shoulder, chest, right? And he's bleeding profoundly. Cassius.
Huh. Alright. Well, I will... Can move around the fire, right? It would take one extra. So I'll move towards this guy. Oh, sorry. And I will try to stab him in the face with the rapier. So I can do the targeting thing, right? So if I now do
He is
this-
up in the tree, by the way.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He's 10 feet
didn't-
off the ground.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, sorry. So I guess I already moved then.
Now I'll let
Can
you
I-
retract that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, should have asked. Considering that he is in the tree, I will move to this guy, who's not in the tree, right? Or is
No,
this
he's
one in the
not.
tree?
No, he's down.
Okay.
And the guy behind on the other side is also like in the bushes. He's also on the ground.
Okay, perfect. So I will target him, and I will get out of the way. This, right? There you go.
Yeah. You hit. Bonus action? Anything?
I don't think I can do anything on my bonus action yet.
What are you whispering?
I can't stab. I just have the rapier. I can't do it on the bonus action. Nope, that's it. No
Okay.
cannon action. Yep, that's it. I will end my turn.
Riera.
Mm-hmm. Where's it space to move? I'm gonna move behind him.
Okay. Squishing the mushrooms. It's fine.
That's fine. Has this guy has acted this round, hasn't he? But I get advantage on the attack anyway, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay. You must target a token before booking this.
Oh, that was painful to him.
And I am going to bonus action attack as well with my second short sword.
Yeah. This one already, like, you kind of found a sweet spot, like, you know, somewhere with the kidneys, and he, like, grunts in pain. It's like, oh!
And I don't know how to do the bonus action attack roll because it doesn't include my damage bonus.
I think we gotta add it manually for, like,
Yeah, an offhand
yeah,
attack.
offhand attack.
I'm just gonna roll a dexterity,
Yeah,
which is the attack roll.
yeah, because you don't add, I think you don't even add the
But
proficiency
it's
to it.
dex.
Yes,
No,
you do.
do.
We don't
It's
add it.
dexterity.
No addition to the damage. I think
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
mhm.
doesn't add my dex mod to the damage. So it's this plus 2.
Ooh.
Oh, and I get advantage on it,
Yes.
don't I?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Because I'm
Good.
distracting him.
Same
Good.
here.
Oh.
But hey guys, this is the first real test, so like we know what we can adjust next time to make it easier for us.
Mhm.
Doesn't hit.
Okay.
He is now aware of you and trying very much to avoid stabbies.
Yeah, be my guest.
So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Yeah. Samira.
Yes, she lets out a shout as she sees Steno going down. You are gonna die, and she rages.
I've been waiting for this.
Okay, and she moves forward and takes a swing at his face, basically. Just let's see. Oh, sorry, targeting. That's a thing. So the oof, that's only a 13. He's good armored. He hits.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Sorry, just
Well,
to point
damn
out
it.
quickly, I do an extra 2 damage to that bandit because of favored enemy.
Didn't you?
And with
Oh
my
yeah.
crusher feet, I'm
Favorite
gonna
enemy's
shove in
not
10
active.
feet backwards. 5 feet backwards into the bushes.
Didn't you
hoping he
activate
trips.
it? Isn't it like included
It
in the
is
damage?
now.
Okay.
I did 5 damage to him, which
Okay.
is 1 for the roll and 4 for the damage.
Okay, I deducted 2 additional. He doesn't look good, by the way. He's barely standing.
Good. Sorry, carry on, Samir.
Okay.
I use my crusher feet to shove him 5 feet backwards into the bushes, hoping he trips.
You can move it. Okay, so it automatically doesn't roll a
Yeah,
save
when
for the.
I hit it, it just happens.
Okay. Boom. He stumbles
and then I
backwards.
take the
Again,
rest of my-
he also doesn't look
Yeah.
too great. And then he shouts like,
Yeah.
"Kill them all! Kill them all!"
I take the rest of my movement to drag Steno like into this direction, like behind me, and so she's basically pressed against the tree behind me, like over here.
That would be an action. So
Oh, okay. I can't move her. Drag her with me.
no, you have to
No
pick her
movement?
up and stuff
Okay.
like yeah.
Ah, shit. All right. Okay, so I'm just standing in front of her now. Yeah. I guess just standing over here between them.
Okay.
Yeah. As my attack, I can mark him, right? That's a thing.
I think that's a
During
full
my attack.
action.
No, wait. Mark this option. When a creature makes a melee attack, it can also mark its target.
Okay, yeah. Then you can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and that's my turn, basically.
So just in case you guys know, until the end of the attacker's next turn, like aka until the end of Samira's next turn, any opportunity attack that you make against this guy has advantage, and it doesn't expand your reaction.
Nice.
Any attack of opportunity made against him.
Yeah, attack of opportunity, yes. So, it's Snaga, who is not doing too well, by the way. Snaga will do the sensible thing. And
Shoot first, run second.
no, he will run first. And then he will like basically lean out with his hand crossbow and shoot at the guy that shot him.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
Like I said, he's not like complete shit.
That practice this morning got his mind in the right place for shooting bandits.
Yes, exactly. And then he will hide behind the tree again, and that's all he can do. The fog will look at Samira frothing at her mouth, basically. Look,
Just glowing eyes, frothing mouth, just snarling.
and he's not too happy with like how he's doing, and because he's a sensible man, he doesn't want to die.
I knew it.
He will disengage and run.
Ah, fuck. Shit. She just shout after him, "Come back here and face your death like an honorable man."
Holy shit.
Yeah, totally. That's totally what he's gonna do. Not.
So Mira doesn't fuck around. Oh shit. Guycast is like looking over his shoulder like, oh shit, oh goddamn.
The guy between Vieira and Cassius doesn't want to die either.
Run.
Yeah.
Please run.
He's totally running. He's also disengaging. He's like basically shoving.
I will track them down one at a time.
He's basically like doing a quick shove against Cassius so he can like, you know, run away. He's not really mechanically shoving, but like, you know, this is how far as he gets.
Bless him. Come on.
That was okay. Stand on. Death saving throw.
I can't let it. No.
Yes,
What?
ma'am. Death saving throw. That is right here. So let's click this. Normal.
That's one save.
Pass.
Nice.
That's good.
Well, this guy will shoot Vieira.
Oh, motherfucker. He's not running?
I mean, he's still following the, you know, credo of kill them all. That's 5 to you, Vieira. And just let me check something. No, he's not running.
Good man. Face your death honorably.
This guy, however, he's smart. So he will jump down and I gotta do a dex check for him to see.
If he lands on his face.
Oh, please. Just sprain your ankle or something.
Yeah, he takes.
Oh, there we go.
He takes a d6 damage.
Oh, yes.
Aw.
Oh.
He's fine.
Sadly.
Watch him just like fall
Sadly.
unconscious. Dang.
And then that was just jumped. He's gonna run. No. That's not
Oh.
what I wanted to do. Sorry. Okay. That's him. Cassius.
All right. Can I move through these things here?
That's a tree in
grassy ship.
like that's one tree, right? Right between
Mhm.
you and him.
Hmm.
It's a smaller tree, right?
All right. Well, can I go around it like this?
I mean,
Or
yeah.
no? All right. This fucker's not fleeing, so it says it's colliding with one wall, so I'd have to go like this. Yes. And yeah, he's still staying, so I'm gonna just give him an extra hole.
Ooh.
And then I will just grin at him when I stab him when I hit the target, and say, "Are you sure you want to stay, little man?"
He's not little. He's
That's it.
taller than you are. So it's funny.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Cassius doesn't give a shit.
Viera. You sure you want to stay, little man?
How do you see the distance again?
Ruler.
This dude's getting an arrow in the
He's
back.
marked. Yeah.
Wasting arrows.
That's smart.
Ooh,
Aw.
yikes.
And then
Offhand. That hits.
the offhand hits there. 5 points of damage to him.
Let me check. He is down.
In which case, I will spend the last of my movement. Coming back this way. Actually. I'll move to that square instead.
Okay. Samira.
Okay. Just looking after his running ass, I just basically shout after him, just roar after him, "Run, you pussy!" And then I bonus action stop my rage, kneel down next to Steno, and healing hands her.
My
Just-
hero.
It's just cradle her face, just that slight little glow, make sure that no one's looking since everyone's distracted in a fight. Just, come on, it's alright, you're gonna be fine.
Eyes flutter open. Oh, what happened?
No,
Oh.
it's not like, what happened?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, you were knocked out. There was like pain and then darkness. And then there's this warmth filling your body and you go, right. And like, you're hurting. You got a
Oh, my
face.
face.
You got a mace basically to the back of your head. Like,
Yeah.
the back of your neck is like drip, like sticky and wet, and there's the smell of blood, and you like a bit into your tongue as you fell forward, so you're tasting blood in your mouth. There's no like, oh, what happened? No, like, that's more like
Yeah,
it, right?
I'm just cradling her neck, making sure she's not moving strange. You're like, just, it's alright, stay lie down. It's gonna be fine. And that's my turn. So you have 1 hit point.
Thank you.
Snaga still like hiding behind the tree, is kind of like keeping an eye, and he's like barely standing, but he will put in his effort, his brave little effort, with his brave little hand crossbow, and shoot at this guy across the.
Aww,
Snaga the
Nice.
brave.
brave.
Oh
little
shit!
boy.
And fucking drops him. And then he
Cassius just puts up a thumb to him, like, nice.
MVP.
and he just sits down
Oh.
because he's like, Snaga not feeling good.
No.
Do-do-do. Where's this guy? This guy's down. Okay.
Down here, he's running. Or at least he was. Don't know what he's doing now.
Yeah, he's gone. That's 60 feet of
Yeah.
movement. He's off the map.
Yeah.
Is he gone?
I
You
mean,
just hear him huffing it through the bushes.
I fucking want him.
so he is where you see him here, right? Plus 60 feet further down.
I can't see him anywhere because darkness.
I mean, yeah. He gone. You can't see him anymore.
I can track.
You can track, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's certainly not covering his tracks.
She only needs 4 hours of sleep.
I only need four hours of sleep,
Yeah, he's gonna have a bad, rough night.
and I can catch up to him because I move at 70, not 60.
Yeah, that dude's fucked.
I can also move 105 in the first round.
Yeah, that dude's fucked.
So how far away is he?
By the way, you hear behind you a thud. And the dude running.
Oh well, he's dead.
He
As soon
just
as he even so much as shows himself, I'm just gonna shoot him with a bow. But I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna book it for the main guy. I want the main guy.
Yeah.
So this guy here, right, he's
He can
running.
run.
Yeah.
Run, piggy, run. I'm chasing the guy to the south. I can move 105 feet on my first round.
Papa bless.
So, Steno, you're still prone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get back up. Fuck that. I'm going to instead crawl 5 feet right here, and then reach towards my pack and like open it up and rifle through it for like you can see Samira, she's shaking her hands, and like one of her hands reaches back to like put a hand over the back of her neck, and like she looks at the blood and like that's the first and like opens her pack to rifle through it and pull out a kit of some kind, and I guess that would be her whole action. So
Okay.
Healer's kit, by the way, out of character.
End your turn.
Oh, there we go.
This guy is unconscious. This guy's off the map as well. Cassius.
So I can see that this guy's unconscious and not dead, right? The guy next
I
to me.
mean, you haven't done a medicine check. He looks dead. He has a bolt sticking in his chest and is lying on the ground and bleeding out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna slide my rapier into his neck. Just to
Fair
double tap
enough.
him, basically.
Okay, yeah. That would be an action, yes. Moving on.
Yeah. I just kind of looking at him while he's doing it. I'm just making sure he's just gone.
He's
and,
very dead.
Yep. Good. And then I'll move towards my next victim. and Cassius is strolling now. He's just looking around for other danger, but he's just going towards the other guy.
Okay.
I'm imagining him walking like Conor McGregor right about now.
Yeah, basically. He's trotting again.
At which point I take off running, so I can move. If I move, that's my full movement.
Yes.
I'm then gonna, once I'm in the bushes, I'm gonna Misty Step another 30 feet.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah,
Do
he's
we
still
see the
60
Misty
feet.
Step?
See him from
Si-
here.
a very edge of your vision, yes.
Ooh.
I'm gonna take a shot with my longbow.
Okay. Man,
vicious, I love it.
don't
No-
piss off
no
the
mercy.
elf.
No mercy.
It's so vicious, I love us.
I must target someone to attack. So I assume it's this
Yeah, next to you.
irresponsible thug?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, I got him all wrapped up for you.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Takes 12 damage.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you shoot and you hit him through the neck, and he just slumps forward and is dead.
Okay.
If he's not dead, he's gonna bleed out very quickly.
I'm gonna walk up to him very slowly.
You are out of movement.
Okay, sure.
There's still one more runner. I want to see if, like, are you guys gonna pursue this guy going down the road, Cassius? Can you even see him?
I see a guy that's like close
No,
to Snaga.
no, you
There,
can't
right?
see
Or-
him.
no.
Nope.
No.
He's gone.
I also don't have dark vision, so.
Yeah,
um,
no, he's outside of your viewing range. I just checked. Nope,
No.
that's it. So at this point, I'm gonna end combat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw my own jacket around Steno since I'm already adrenaline pumping. I don't need
And-
anything to keep me warm.
You all got XP for this.
Peace.
Nice.
And let me turn off this music.
Tense music.
Poor
refuse
Steno,
to let him
knocked
get
out
away.
before it even started. Just running
Well, she
back.
did get one hit
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
didn't
Yeah,
she?
true,
She
true.
got one hit.
And the stew attack.
I actually think I did between those two attacks a buttload of damage.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna loot these guys for sure. I'm pilfering their well, first stabbing this guy, and then pilfering their pockets.
Snaga,
I'll
Snaga, okay.
Snaga's not okay. Snaga's like dragging himself back to, and like collapsing onto the next to the bedroll. He's bleeding.
Okay.
He's not in a good shape.
Well, despite me being in probably worse shape since I was actually knocked unconscious, Samira, you see that like the first thing she does when she has her pack and sees Snaga is like crawl towards him to like try and tend to.
Yeah,
him
I'll help
first.
him move towards her. Just give her a helping hand. I just tell her I'm not good with medicine or anything, but whatever I can do, tell me. I can
Okay.
staunch the
Here.
wound or whatever.
Yeah, big strong muscles. Yeah. This right here, the bolt. Is the bolt still like sticking out of him? Where is it?
Yeah, it's still sticking in his shoulder. Yes.
In his shoulder. Okay. Is it all the way through, or is it like just?
It's stuck in there. It's a flesh wound, but it's bleeding quite a bit.
Okay.
I mean, he's not gonna bleed
Do you
out,
want
but
me-
you need to tend to it.
Do
Yeah.
you want me to pull it?
Yeah. Wait. Snaga, bite on this. And so she'll pull out like a piece of wood and like
alright.
a bit
That
essentially.
piece of wood that would be fine for you is like basically one side of his toothy mouth.
That's all I have. Sorry.
He like nods and just like clenches his jaw together. Also,
Add 1, 5, 4, and a pull.
medicine check, please.
All right. Do I get advantage because of Samira helping?
No, she's doing it. She's pulling the thing
Do
out.
I
so
get advantage?
Oh.
Do
Oh,
I get
yikes. Yeah, does she get advantage?
There's not really advantage you can give here because it's one person holding on to the thing and pulling it out.
Oh, okay.
I don't see
Okay,
how you
this-
could give advantage in this case, right?
Okay, I got a -1, so give me luck. Nope.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Let me see if he's still conscious at this point. Also, roll me a. No, wait. What is your strength?
Minus +3.
Plus 3.
17. Mhm.
Yeah, he's unconscious. You just you just put him on death saving throws, basically.
Oh,
Alright. That's for the better. He won't feel what comes
I just
next.
panicked
It's
for a
worse.
second. What did I do? What did I do?
You're fine. You're fine.
He's bleeding
It's okay.
so much, you guys.
You're like, I could just imagine how she ripped it out.
What did I do? What did I do? Fatal!
Calm down. Calm
There's
down.
blood everywhere.
Oh, basic. I'll just. I have a feat for this, I believe.
The combat
But-
medic, right?
Yes, I am a combat medic, so
I mean, you can just stabilize him anyway. Yeah.
yeah. So I'll do that. I'll stabilize him first, so he's not dead.
Ooh.
And
I
then I'll
think
work on
you
patching
stabilize
both.
them with 1 hit point.
Yeah, regains 1 hit point.
Yeah, and then I'll work over the rest of the night, if we have adequate lighting, to do what I can to patch both he and I up.
Mhm.
And then I'll
And I'm
ask
just
Randall.
hovering nearby, I don't want to touch anything again, but I don't like this.
What
Is
was
everybody
Viera
else
doing, by
okay?
the way, in the meantime? Because I know she went for the guy in the forest.
Yep, she'll come back to the road and tell Cassius there's a body that way you can go and loot as well, and I'm gonna take off after the other bandit.
Cassius just calls back, already done.
South of the road.
Oh. Doo-doo.
Do me a survival check, because at this point you have to start tracking him.
Yep, keep in mind I have advantage when tracking my favorite enemies.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
17.
You will eventually catch up to him because you are slightly faster.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
you'll
I'm
see
not
him
even-
running.
I'm not even gonna try and approach. As soon as I'm within range, I'm just gonna start firing a longbow at him.
Yeah, and he's unprepared at this point, because he didn't know you were tracking, so you can fire with advantage.
If it's a new combat round, I technically get advantage anyway.
Yeah.
These
Shoot.
bandits have not.
I refuse to
chosen
let
this.
these suckers. I need a token to
Here
attack.
he is.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
That was one shot. You killed him in one shot.
Ooh. Brutal.
Basically one quick pew!
It was like
And
the
just
pig
collapse.
back in the village.
Yeah.
At which point I will go and search him primarily to retrieve my arrow.
That's so bad, dude.
But I'm just gonna leave him. I'm gonna take coin.
Ever rested, yeah.
Anything of value that looks worth taking, and I'm just gonna leave the body in the middle of the road.
Let the body hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor. Sorry.
So that if any other bandits are coming along going, oh, who can we waylay on, and they just see a dead bandit in the middle of the road.
We can really make this a dead man's tree.
Yep, hanging them from the tree.
Wow. Wow.
Bandit, put a sign around all of their necks, carved in wood, bandits beware.
So, okay, I'll do the loot distribution and then we're gonna call it a day, right?
Yeah.
So
I
they
was gonna
all
say
were
you can
wearing
sort out loot.
shabby leather armor, right?
Mhm.
They all had light crossbows, and except for the big fuck, I'm talking about the bandits, right?
Mhm.
And wait a second, I gotta refresh
Bolts as
my.
well, I presume.
Yeah, bolts. I think they had scimitars, but let me refresh because I just did something that messed over my UI. Pardon me. That was
Good sometime.
picky. Leather armor. Leather armor, scimitar, light crossbow. Yeah. And let me just check the coinage, which I did note down.
Ooh. Money, money.
Come on. There we go. So the one that you tracked down, Viera.
Which one? I tracked down two.
The one that you shot with an arrow, like one shot. And this is the one that you tracked down. The other one you just ran after.
The effervescent guy.
The effervescent guy.
I shot them both in the back with a bow.
Yeah, but like the other one you tracked actually down. The thug you just ran after.
The most recent kill.
Yeah.
Yes, not the leader.
Yeah, you didn't track the leader. You just ran and then saw him and then you shot him in the back. There was no tracking involved in that. So the one guy you actually tracked down with the survival check, right? He has he has 19, like 1 silver and 9 copper.
Okay.
Of the other guys, the bandits, 1 escaped. So you basically have 2 more bodies here, right? If I calculate correctly.
This one and this one, yeah.
Yeah.
I do apologize because
And there's also the leader.
Yeah.
I have to leave right away.
Okay, yeah.
But,
Yeah.
Okay. We'll
Fine,
divvy
it's
it up.
basically
and
the
let
end
you
right
know.
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll spend 3 charges on my healer's kit to tend to Viera if she lets me, Steno myself, and then Snaga. And,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll note it down.
Okay.
Cool. Don't be late.
Yeah, have a nice day.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah. One last thing. She'll spend time trying to calm Samira down. Be like, it's okay. No, it's totally fine. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck my neck. You're fine.
she's panicking a bit, and she's calming down once you everyone's getting healed up and bandaged. Okay, have a nice day at work, and don't be late.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Have fun.
The one on the left, dead body,
Mhm.
Cassius, he
Yep.
had 1 silver and 2 copper,
Mm-hmm.
and the one on the right had 1 silver and 5 copper. And
Okay.
the main guy had 1 platinum,
Ooh.
7 gold,
Ooh.
and 6 silver.
Okay.
And gear-wise, he had also leather armor. He had a mace and a heavy crossbow.
And just normal leather armor.
Yeah, normal leather armor.
If I'm correct, it should be this.
Is
Counted
that
together.
total?
Okay, nice.
I think that's from the 1 silver 9 copper, 1 silver 2 copper, 1 silver 5 copper, and then the boss.
Yeah.
Well, the main guy. So yeah, should be.
Mhm.
But yeah, you gather together once more. And then basically prepare to spend your night in the hulak.
Yes.
barely alive.
Oh, I'm first basically going to ask Vieira what we should do with the dead bodies, because I'm kind of worried about attracting wild animals.
That
Good
is an
thought, yeah.
issue.
We can
That's a
get rid
good
of them.
thought.
I left one on the road about 300 or 400 feet that way, so we could drag the second body that way as well. If you want to go for a short walk.
I think the further away from our camp would be best, but
500 meters is far enough, and animals will go for the corpses before they go for us.
Yeah.
well. And I will actually so I will gather the crossbow bolts and the crossbows, and not the scimitars, but just these things, and just kind of toss them by the campfire. I sadly am not proficient in normal crossbows.
Yeah, there were light crossbows on the bandits, by the way. There's a heavy
Yeah.
crossbow on the fog. There's on the bandits is light crossbows. But either way, Snaga can use the crossbow bolts for his hand crossbow.
Yep, and he can have a look through the light crossbows to see if any of them are better than his.
Yes.
Quality-wise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's a simple weapon, right? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
cool.
you
I
can use that.
it. Nice.
So you
Nice.
can use it.
Nice.
I take it everybody's all right.
Not dead at
I'm
least.
fine,
Not dead, at
and
least.
Steno has done a great deal to staunch some wounds on her and
Let me
Okay.
check.
Snaga over here.
Well, I will get to making us some potions.
Steno is actually. How much did you heal her?
1 hit point.
Just one. Yeah, it only
Yeah.
heals one.
I only have my level to heal, so 1.
Okay. Yeah, Steno is on 1 hit point. And Snaga is on 1 hit
And
point.
I think with the healing kit overnight, you can rest hit point wise. But that's for after, I think, once Aero's back next session.
Well, he did say he's going to spend 3 charges of his healer's kit.
Yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah.
So
So we're
Yeah,
gonna
he
roll
did,
the.
to
We can do this
heal.
at the beginning of the next
So-
session. To like
Yeah.
roll how many hit points you guys have, but basically you're not gonna be too great.
I'm surprisingly untouched.
I'm fine.
I'm injured, but I'm
Perfect.
not that badly injured.
Yeah, the worst is actually
not
Snaga.
badly injured
Snaga
enough
and
to chase
Steno.
them down.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like Arrow was like,
Well-
"Oh, let me get up there and close and personal." It's like you're level 1, you guys. You're level 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all good.
I expected
we dealt with
Samira
it.
to fight the main guy, right? Not Steno.
I mean, at the end, I
She
did,
did,
but
to be fair, but after Steno was in there. So.
yeah, after she
But at least we
Arrow.
don't have any
sent that
bandits
map
coming.
down.
Arrow is watching us on stream while he's heading out.
At least we won't have any bandits coming back in the middle of the night. So
No,
there was
you
only
want
true,
one that
true.
got away, I think, and he'll very quickly realize he was the only one who got away.
You sadly made a statement.
Well, I didn't want the leader and 2 cronies coming back in the middle of the night with
Yeah.
hand crossbows.
No,
That's
you
true,
killed the
that's
leader.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last
I mean, I
one will
was having
probably
priority-wise,
reconsider his life
gotta take
choices.
care of
Yeah,
Yeah.
good. Otherwise, I'll chase him down at some point.
True.
I'm gonna spend a short rest making healing potions, basically.
Sorry, what did you say you cut out for me?
I just said I'm spending a short rest making healing potions as part of the next thing. So
Well, then
That's cool.
if you still have like 5 minutes, do head over to the office.
Yep.
So
Will do.
I'll wrap up. I'll see you there in a moment.
okay.
Sounds good.
Go. All right, guys. That was the game. I hope you enjoyed. They didn't TPK. Steno almost died. But this is for session 1. I expected them to be further ahead, but like they are in the forest, and so far so good. We'll see how they do next time on Ingalada, the Living Tree. I'll be back on Wednesday night doing more campaign stuff. And actually, we're gonna be working on the world builder, Snaga. Expect to see you there. It's gonna be Wednesday at 10 p.m. UTC. So yeah, see you guys next time. Thank you for watching, and stick around.